Basilo n'abanyabu umurundo gundi twongera kubakira mabare kuyisha kandi okuguma nitwe okutuwumuriza. And indeed we want to thank you so much habw'enshonga yo kugira ngo mugumire nitwe okuruga ebiro bingi enyuma na mnonga banywani bitu abanyabuzari kandi n'abagenzi bitu okuruga amahoro. The Mahoro team, we want to thank you so much and commend the very good work done by you for making sure nimubenge nitwe mwaguma nitwe kuruga izobelyo ery'ebiro munana obumugenzi witu atwarwa. You've been with us. We want to thank you so much. Nkaburizo tuyina buhandiki kandi omami Mugisha Master and James Weteris Balya Guraha, in case you have any message or contribution towards the barrio wasa kujibaletera, they note you down wasa kandi kuhera bekeji kwasa kugumizamu na nokutelekanisa nangwa kuchira na bumwe babasa okiriyaninga. Twenda kwebaza abanyabuzare, twenda kwebaza banywani ba Jimmy n'omukyala bano bakade baffe abavude Kampala e Masaka. We are also lively informed there are some people from Japan, from Boston, America, and other places. We want to thank you so much and welcome you here. Your presence, your coming is of great importance. We thank you so much and may you please continue of Jimmy, and as well you support your relatives in case there is any other problem like this. We want to commend you. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. As I have already told you about the program, it shall be broadcasted on the radio, and we have also our link, which is my brother is going to give it to you shortly, but we are on Eiraka TV Uganda. Niza kuchikwata huku ndi mnonga kandi kukuna bagamba in case for those maybe ayakubasa kuyahura atakwe feelinga kurunji na hurra obundi ni chamuteganisa. You can also tap us or get us on www.irakaradio.com or www.irakaschool or 89.7 Wenzore FM Eiraka Radio. Makagitu omwe ubire butari nko twatahire. You can also get us on Zoku channel 09 ukubasa ukuturishiriza betu ntwenda kubebaza kandi no kubakunda abo ukubasa ukwisha kuba nitwe. We have the services who are together with us. We have the funeral services aba basically nabo kumaking sure kureba munyona niwe kutwakotwara jiro magara genseji no baso kutukwataraho okutiterekanisa kandi no kuombeka ekituro okuzika ku mnonga. We have also Quebec catering service. kese wabo inumukoro kwasa kubashira okutekera echo kujeshuri mnonga Kibeki Honorable. Want to thank you so much, and I'm really informed ngoriyo ryoteshira abantu urukazarawe yebare mnonga. The politicians who are here twenda kubebaza no kubakira mwabare kuija kubanitwe habwishonga nkuru yerizoba. Our mother, the Church of Uganda, our mother, twenda kubebaza utosha okugumana mutushabira kandi omuborozi ngukuna nagambire bwo busaba diko nobu. Twenda kubebaza mwebali mnonga okutumuriza, mwebali mnonga okugumanitwe butosha butarina hatubunga betu habwa abantu bahantuntu Kitagwenda. Twenda kubebaza mnonga. Twenda kubebaza abakwaya bace abariyo batanje kwikaha. Twenda kubebaza bagenzi bitu bona abariyo nibija kubasa kutwasa umukoro ogwo kuzika Jimmy ashaitano. Tuja kwantandika officially mbena ho tuza kushaba ngo abakuteka na mnonga ba ashazi omuri abana banagambire ku making sure by exactly 11 all people in their chairs so that we can begin officially the program and we proceed as we wait for the church to begin. Thank you so much. Meanwhile, in case toka tungire chokuria twine emere kandi ba ashazi bitu no basa kubashira, and you tell them ngutoka tungire chokuria so that they can sort you okubasa okutunga echokuria nangwa nane echokunywa. Kandi in case nabwo kwa kureba ngo ine kamasikawe habo kuba covid teragendire kimwe echiroho ne basa kusima nko omusayi gwawe ninza kushaba kujugutaho kamasikawe obundi tokamanya no basa okwengera kwerinda abo kuba magaragawe na makuru mnonga ahariwe habeka yawe nangwa nanihanga ryona. Mwebali mnonga okuturikiriza, mwebali mnonga okwisha kubanitwe, mwebali mnonga okutukunda kandi mwebali mnonga okugumya abekeji habwo kuba ahimutari obundi ebintu yakuba byatugumire okukiraho. Kandi twenda kuhumuriza mama akiki Kagweri Grace, mama kitalo dara ihangane kama no kwakunzire kandi mukamuhereza nuwagaraka akegarura ebirungi bye mwen twenda kushashaniwe orukazarawe mwen muja kunchiriza tugumizamu na nebyeshongoro byekanisa kubasa kutuhumuruza nangwa no kutwiriza hii na ruhanga utwaba turukutunga chamushana kandi turukuterekanisa abantu mukushitama kwabo kurungi okubasa kugira ngo oboryaho omwo mukuru omukwikiriza kwarabe yashiraha tubase kutandika na service yetu kandi na nebindi nkoko birabe nibitambura. Kandi nkoko nabagambira twineho radio mu college yona gonna be covered on the radio 89.7 Rwenzori FM. Sigazi Easydee hariho nagezaho kukwata ibishane ibyo kubasa kusharinga n'abagenzi bitu na mnonga abo abatabasa kuijaha Eiraka TV Uganda. We have Smith Kato ariyaha tumwine kurungi mnonga. Hariho owizi narye obundo mukukira kurra Mr. Joka orankakana kamwetera nkoku ngujoka mama yija na waryaha kurungi mnonga. We have the senior driver na warho kurungi mnonga mwana wetu Igin. We want to thank you so much. Mwebari kuija kandi mwebari kuterekana sakurungi kandi nanyubundi abarukumanya n'abatarukumanya ninye I thank you okubasa kubatwara kurungi mnonga omukoro gwitu gwerizo. Mwebare DJ akeshongoro turukugumizamu.
Go Shine.
yebare mnonga abo naba Skynet Sounds kandi nabashanga mu rurembo urwibanda twenda kwebaza oni yebare okuhereza yebare butosha okuba nitwe okutwegitaho na mnonga omukore kubegumire nangwa na nekube yorubi twenda kusima yebare mnonga nde team yebare mnonga mwebare mnonga banywano banje mugeto wo mukama nywano wanje mnonga Obadia na n'umucyara twenda kubakira murukajira magaramwe mwebare kwija okuba nitwe the chairperson LC3 meya abwaka bujogera nywano witu Uganda twenda kwebaza yebare kuba nitwe kandi naba honorable councillors district hamwe na naba abemeruka kuzahagomborra twenda kwebaza mnonga na nishaba ngo twicerezane ubundi stakatandikire Reverend Mutunji owomuka ibanda office ya Bishop w'obureberezi abwa North Western Kore nywano witu twenda kwebaza yebare kuyija okuba nitwe na mnonga Eiraka katari karungi but we want to thank you so much. Thank you so much for being part of the family. Na niza kushaba wabundi mutugire kitwikirizanaho na mnonge cha tenteji kandi niza kushaba ngo honorable councillor munywano wanje James twikirizane ngo tenteji elimo munywano wanje kandi omumbantu bakuru mnonga omukomo mamutahigwa babase okujikora y'abanyamberya nangwa na n'abanyabuzare abo munda mnonga bitu kuwa kwa numanya ngu ori umutaka tents zitu zoroho na n'entebe zitu zoroho we had reserved tent yona kwikakurife kubasa kuba y'abanyamberya ba Shwento na n'abanyakwento na ba Shwenkazi to occupy the tent, and in case you are there, please may you please forget utsasire orukajira magarawe utwichirize uyirenye makache so that we can create a vacuum for those maybe who are the closets abanyabuzare abomunda mnonga. That tent is being handled or managed by one and only Honorable James. Kanniza kubashaba together we can do more. Mureke twatana somo nshongejo no hindura okache because we still have more space, and the chairs you can as well relocate ozo mwanya gundi rero tubase okuterekana sakurunji okuzika kwa mugenzi wetu Jime Balya. So namwiza kunchiraza mbamanyise ngutaba turiyo ntukorecho. We are also in the same way we have received mnywana wetu baguma wabiriho mushomesa kandi nawo umwe umbagurusi bechichwekeki kandi nangwe hiriho neshi no kuba umugurusi wenjweji umambaguma ntwenda kwakira Patrick. Thank you so much yabari butosha ubutatungaho kandi nimwe mwena abataka abanyabuzare n'abanyamikago twenda kubaza abashomesa abaryomu abedini ababuruzi aba shehe mwana wanje shehe Kabogoza ninkureba aho yabari mnonga yenzi betu abashomesa beklezia abaryaha kandi nimwe buri muntu wena omukitene sache mwabare kuyija okuba nitwe kuba ubundi wa leta yo amazika katushigambe styo Kitagwenda Runyankore ntuza kusaba notemba ruguraha umwami mugisa nahandika aine Teresi biza kwandika amazika gawe kubasa kwera abenjeji the renal funeral services ababa nabakuturebera kandi no bakwandike muri. In case you have one, please you can contact them for the registration okubasa kandi okumanya ngo kimuri cyawe kiri mu safe hands akayire kaba kashireyo tubasa okukitunga. And in case you have the condolence message nzakushaba ngo erabe mukono yabahandiki kandi erabe mukono ya Stephanie ubona areba hano ubwo ni giso w'ikichwekeki mwami Stephanie kandi ubutumwa obwo basa kurabaho amwe na n'umwami meya bagumire kubasa kubutunga bakabushwizima then bakasayininga ngo babutunga butakajira ha eya okubasa kuharmonizinga ubuntu takashoma ecyaba kitashikire. So niza kubashaba mureke tugire ubuteka na mnongo buteka tubuteka omutenti ya family and you know wine means ekigambo kya family mechi kumanyisa so omwami James ninjira ngwaho noisa you're going to take a keen eye to make sure that that tent is very well controlled and organized. We thank you so much. Benju yakanisa abashira kandi abarukongera kwija mwana wanje kanoni yebare kwija nanabuija nabo. We thank you so much kandi ntubakunda mwe bari kutuguma hihi mwe bari kutangana ahi mutari Reverend Mutunji ubontu twabere twagwire ensazi onkantu enda kwebaza mwe bari kutwera kubasagumana mutuhumuruza left and right so that we can come back to stability abokuba twabastabine twasa kwekanga twatunjire oburemezi ndachikanje tusakaba tuli live on Wenzore FM Eiraka radio mwe bari mnonga katwase okugumizamu na nebyeshongoro kurugom Skynet Sounds byeshongoro birungi byekanisa kubasa kutuhumuruza okututegura okusya ahituratanichire but meanwhile the chairperson LC1 nenza kushaba to organize you come over utereze speech ejo tap it tubase kugitunga kandi tumengoje yahwa tugumene tushaboraho one by one till the end. Thank you so much Mr. Chairperson LC1. You can get ready at a time tsakwa twakweta urukazarawe yabare mnonga hanyuma yake shongoro kagufu Chairperson LC1 tuzakwa twakwakira yabare Thank you so much, my brother On. Habibye shongore byo ebikutugarra mamani bikatuhumuruza in that very low sound. Yebare mnonga basibo nabanyabo twenda kubasima obutaruha, twenda kubasima burda chika, kandi twenda kubamanyisa ngo hanyuma yo kuferwa Jime kandi umukundwa wabona umukozi emanzi umushisha wamani mukabasa kutufaho mukatukunda mwagumani itwe mwatuhereza ebyo kurya abekanisa bashaba mwagumani itwe umukasheshe no mumwebazyo mwatuhereza buri kimwe cyona twenda kubamanyisa ngo ya so humbled habwe nshonga ejo nkuru obundi twakutsigaire twenka tukabire tuyina obusasi ninza kushaba chia personnel C1 oyije oyakira abantu kandi ogire n'ebigambo bwagambaho obundi habwo bukuru bwo mukorogo kandi na nabukuru bwo mugenzi ogo lero tubase okugumizamu one by one. Oyine ekisumuruzo kya stoha ntuiza kushaba stohe mpango stoha yenda kugamba izina konka ayine ekisumuruzo kya stohe mpango. We have decided to use the air okubasa kukweta ngoje kiwaza kutwera na mnonga ha general store mwenu chia personnel C1 ninkushaba ngo ije oyakira abantu ndi ojene bindi biwagamba. And I want also to advise ngwakire ka speeches karabeka shire habwe nshonga nitwe yo kwenda kuhera bagenzi bitu habwe nshonga yo bwire arakwate akazindaro abase kuba nuwenka ayagamba habo kuba speeches watunga hanuya nezitworeka ngo timu eri kwisha kugamba ninga group eino muntu orikuza kuba najebembera mwen tuiza kushaba gonna request a person that gonna read ashimire kuba nakore echo okwenda kugira amagara habo kwa twine bagenzi bitu. Some of us who have been here for so long and also today kabentu shabangu tubase kutaho bwire bukirekare habwe nshonga zitarazimwe kandi abo kwereza omwaganya na nebindi kubasa kugira okubiyagenda misho habwe nshongo bundi ya air nabwe kunda mnonga ngo MC yaba nagamba abo kubawe na bana aria air ntsa kushaba ngo abakumuhikaho ogwakamukwatiraho nijo akamukwatira hari no icyo tikwikirizibwa okwiyaho twinaho abantu babiri abakwikirizibwa kumuhikaho ogwe nibagumire hamwena na Steven Geso waha umuka. So those are the only two people abakubasa kwikirizibwa kugira kiba gamba na some of the family members okubasa okugira kiba habura konko muntu kurwo ko MC ngambireki you confuse the air and we consume a lot of time. So nebyo twenda kubebaza murkagira magaramwe twenda kubebaza mwebare okuba nitwe. Want to thank you so much for whatever you have put in to make the function good. We thank you so much. Tubebaza nyonyo mwebalire ddala tegezeddwa konti waliwo bakadde baffe abavude bule ne bunayira kulwa mukwano gwaffe Jime tubebaziza nnyo mwebale atete mujjangu okwo okubanga ennaku zino ze tulimu size ennaku enyangwe nnyo jo twayina ekirwadde wano nga kitudusa ate kati kibadde kyaba kyashana nk'ekyakyendeeraho mwene hatina n'ebindi mbibyo omuli kyaritangeri izoba rukuza kushesha muri reliably informed wariho umwana wa mutabano wa Turugurwa James atumirwe motoka ya feraho. Can you imagine? The other time we had a burial in Charutang also. So the burial here and there, here and there, here and there. We need to pray for each other. Kandi rukundo ebase kugumaho. And in case you have maybe this and that, we need to pray for each other. So that ekitinwa kya Ruhanga kibase kuguma ahiguru murakagira amagara mwe. Honorable Jocelyn yenda kwebaza yabare kwakira abantu kandi yabare no kutubera umushweshirwa murungi yabare mnonga orukagira amagara we. Shomugisho murungi ninza kweta chairman LC1 munywani wanje ijo oramutsi abantu ubikireze kandi ugiye bugamba bwagamba ninza kushaba oni onterekanise microphone ndijo habo kubeji de kamera nyina agisigaza nyenka rero chairman ntaka munozia mbwe niza kushaba ngo mpereze microphone rero tubase okore bwambo bye rero turukugumizamu mpora mwebare munonga.
Nimbanza kusimba Mukama Ruhanga owatuhensi nungi kwiza kusendekereza baraza witu omutaka witu munyambirya witu itwe nka gavumenti yo mu Rwera tukahurra twasasa munonga kuhurra ngu omwana witu baraza witu mukuru witu omuntu w'abantu yatwarwa bwangu ka gavumenti ya umurwera na Uganda yona eferirwe omuntu abo kuba abe nakora heru kandi gavumenti ebene mfuna na wakore byentunguka abantu abahemirmo so ebyona byarugaho konka ka gavumenti ntusasa nekeji n'abanyambirya n'abantu bona ba Uganda ntusasa naimwe habo kutwarwa kwa Jime nyowe Jime ngaba mwine harwa katano twaganira nkomwezi wa government akaine byakunyebuzaho kunagire kurira ngurwa mukaga bambe bamtwara Kampala za kurira kandi yari intensive za kurira kasese ngugoyi yagenda mwene nka government twasasa munonga kandi twasasira family jimugume ebintu niko bitwire kandi niko biri ngarika nsima abantu mwena abahurira umurango ogu mukaiza kwiho muntu atwarwa muturane itu hanuya mutumurza kandi mugumizemu mutumurze mutushabire habo kubeki ekitubeyeho kigumire kugamba ngarika nsima abembeze bedini abatwireho n'abatwiza hano batumurza mwebare munonga kandi nsaba garika yo kurungi Mukama abalinde nebyo Mukama omugenzi amuhe cyumuro kirungi kwe mwebare.
Kabandi o wasitane
Chinana na mwenda katonyeza umushanju Rwenzori FM Eiraka radio umukutu kwetuli basebo nabanyabo kandi woturushirize twenda kwebaza mnonga yabareye kutwegitaho na mnonga ahabwa bekeji okubasa okushendekereza ninga okuzika mugenzi wetu Jime otwirwe kandi oturiyonzika hanuya umurwera kabujogera Kitagwenda district no basa kutwatira ahamukura yitwe ndijo na mnonga yo kubasa kuturikiriza kwa www.eirakaradio.com na www.eirakaschool.com 0986 that is Zuku channel Eiraka TV Uganda mwana wetu Easydee okubasa kandi okureba ebiliyoni bigendo misho kandi mnonga waza ha YouTube okubasa kuteka mu kigambo echo Eiraka TV Uganda okubasa kureba ebiliyoni bukorwa na mnonga bagenzi bitu abari aheru yaha abatabasa kutwegitaho no basa kubamanyisa mu nshongani yemwe kubasa kuza aha simuye akaza YouTube kandi akanyigamo Eiraka TV Uganda okubasa kureba ekiriyoni kigendo misho banywana bitu abo mu Rwera banywana bitu abakabujogera Katego banywana bitu abanyabuzare abanyamberya n'abanyamberya kazi abanyabuzare batata ba mama twenda kubebaza muri kagira magaramwe twenda kubebaza mnonga yuzuye kanisa mwe bari kuyija kuba nitwe na mnonga umubakiraha kandi nabandi bariyo nibija habwe kanisa ya Rwabugingo mwana wanje umuburuzi Bernard nana abe kanisa ejyo twenda kubebaza mnonga kandi Rwabugingo ryo mbusaba dikoni obwantuntu twenda kubebaza mnonga na mnonga Venerable Reverend mwana wetu oriyo naisha twenda kwebaza umubashira hatwino Reverend Mutunji kandi ogo naragahariya obureberezi obwibanda twenda kusima Reverend Mutunji yabari kwisha kuba nitwe kandi twenda kuyebaza imwe mwena abija abashija n'abakazi abo kwisha kutwasa okutebekanisa nangwa na nokuzika mugenzi wetu Jime oturikirize no basa kwebuza Jime noha Jime akazarwa biryo kweza 22 byo kwa kabiri ku Rwanda nkaga na munana kandi nayita Jime Balya Bohire kandi akakura kurunji aina magara marungi mnonga abatukuzire nawe na nabandi abashomere nawe nibamanya kandi yenda kumanyisa ngo akazarwa ishe kandi umugenzi yanetwa Abernego Balya wava muno kandi umushisha w'amani nkwatabuta umushisha w'umukozi kandi wazire abana umumuryabo uturiyonzika Elizoba mama bamweta Akiki Kagweri Grace kandi mama witaroho twenda kwebaza mama yihangane habo kuba ibintu nukwebiri teka kwihangana kandi yenda kusimira habo mama abisha kuba niwe na mnonga umukorogu ubwo kushendekereza umwana wawe nyenda kumanyisa ngo Jime akaza mu ishomero kandi akashomero mu mashomero gatari kushana kandi ntwija gambo ubundi make konka gamo muryago hari mu ishomero rya Nyakasura twenda kubebaza abanyakasura in case you are here we want to recognize you and thank you so much kubasa kushomesa mugenzi wetu go Jime akashomero mu ishomero kandi yashoma Ibanda Senior Secondary School kandi aho yashomire O level kandi primary school akagishomera umuntu bunena primary kandi twenda kubasima mnonga na mnonga abantu bakasozi kabunena habo kubasa kandi kutaho umusingi ogwo ugwa ya mbere Jimmy kubasa kuba HR College of Accountancy na wakashoma kandi yashoma ebintu ebirikushana nkebyo na mnonga binakakwate no kubara rukazarawe oturishirize niwe aryaha yenda kumanyisa ngo abire naye kozesa kandi abena kuri umahanga gatakushana konko kukora umahanga gatakushana abena nakunda mnonga hanuya omukana mnonga in particular umurwera hanuya Kabujogera Kitagwenda abena kuri umahanga nka Japan, Europe, Boston na namahanga gandi okubasa kureba nkandi abekaye ecyaro kana nihanga ryona yabasa kugoborra omu magaraje kashoyira umukazi kandi umukazi wabe nakunda mnonga obakweta Helen kandi ubaziremo abana twenda kusima mnonga Helen yebare tukagira magarawe yahangane kandi mukama kuzirikise umuyeko gwembabazi base kwihangana okuzika umushija wawe kandi twenda kusima na mnonga abantu abakushagatire abijiniwe na mnonga abanyabuzare bawe abayizire nyuma abazyo abatwire niwe abase kugumaho kubasa kutebekana sakurunji kubasa kureba nkandi baro yabasa kuzikwa kuri mnonga kubaza the chairperson organizing committee mwampayasi yakanisa na timu yawe omuruba Honorable James Honorable Jocelyn kandi mgenzi wetu Bagumire abantu bomuka namukima kuji mnonga twenda kubebaza mwabare kutwegitaho omukayire akabire katanguhire kubasa kureba nkandi Jimmy yabasa kuzikwa kandi omubuteka. We want also thank so much the Reno Funeral Services all over. You've been here with us, helping us here and there. Kandi twenda kubasima mnonga. We want to thank people from Kampala. Thank you so much. You are real good people. Why? Mugeze zako kubera ntino era mwasigade nafe ni wankuba date twafunye ekizibu ne mwatulemeddeko ne mugamba nti fejimo tumufirako tubebaziza nnyo mwebalire ddala. Twenda kwebaza abantu mu Rwera, twenda kwebaza abantu bakabushujera, twenda kwebaza abantu bakatego abanyabuzare umwami tumusime nakurebaha bagurusi banywano banje baguma mugurusi mutahigwa mugurusi Obadia abanyabuzare bamani abanywano wanje kiza kurugaroma bakikuru banje kurugo mu Rwera twenda kubasima mnonga mugurusi Kabogoza shehe twenda kwebaza mnonga cha person LC1 umwanyogu niwe twenda kwebaza yabare mnonga okumekinga sure kureba ngo hariho buteka kandi abantu bariyo tubine shonga twenda kubebaza kandi mwebare mnonga turikirize turyambuza kinana na mwenda katonyeze umushanjo Rwenzore FM Eiraka radio nshango mu rembo rwibanda aharuguto kuzamarara mu kizimbe cyo muguru simpungirehi kandi kuwa kuba bundi oyinoburemezi oyinekirango ningano yenda studio B kandi rwebemirwa mugenzi wetu Honorable Rwamwansa kandi habo budumuzi bwa mukama wetu ndugu keke abo kutekaho interekana seji eyo kugira ngo hari yabo abatako basabundi kugira ahibahika habwenshonga y'amaguru na nebindi the voice of the voiceless no baso kutushira habo studio B okubasa kwereza kuri mnonga joka ogogwe numanya kuri mnonga tumwine kurunjo turukirize twino Easydee ariho kuri mnongo mwese katwa mwana warwo muhoro thank you so much. We have the senior driver mwana wetu kandi igin otwine kurunji kandi twenda kwebazana kato Smith kabuto abo kubasa kugumana itwe mnonga twenda kwebaza kandi ninza kushaba ngutwine bagenzi betu aba Skynet Sounds kubasa kutwara bice ombyesho ngure bitwine ebyo kuhumuraza bekeji kandi no kwongera okubatebekanisa ubo twabategerize abekanisa okwetegura kurunji mnonga nko kubatura betegwire kutegereza abagenzi beitu abestegerize rero tukatandika umukoro service eyo kuzika mugenzi wetu Jimmy yebare mnonga. Thank you so much. Mnyezi wetu Skynet Sound zokuruga umurembo Rwibanda umunjeri ni yemwe mwisha kunchereza kandi nimba manyisa ngutwaza kwakira kandi mukuru wetu Venerable Reverend Alex arinitwe kandi abo busaba badikoni obwitu obwantuntu wamazire kushikaha kandi ashendekerezibwe ababuruzi kandi n'abantu bantu benji abisha kubaha mukorogu murkazara mwe mwisha kutwishereza twongera kwetebekanisa okubasa kandi kutandika service yitu bamuringo ogwo obamara kushikaha kandi mwisha kunkizamba amanyisengu ayabadatebekanisa tenti ntuza kushaba ngo ozeyo enyomoku omutenti zitwabanturiramo ntutebekanisizamu okubasa kuzayo kwongera kutebekanisa kubiri mnonga habwo burungi bw'umukoro gwitu gwerizoba oturikirize oryamboza chanana na mwenda katonyezo mushanju Rwenzore FM Eiraka radio umurembo Rwibanda umukizimbe echo muguruse impungerehi aruguto rurazambarara kandi okubasa okuturikiriza abweshonga yebirango amakuru kandi studio B entertainment na nebindi binji munonga orukazara we twenda kumanyisa turi hanuya umurwera kandi umurwera ni sero erukwembwa mnywana wanchi apasonero C1 echiri umurukabujira town council ahitwine meya urembo orwa kabujira town council mwami Uganda Rwera twenda kukwebaza and want to recognize you yebari kuisha okubanitwe. We have also the honorable councillors. We have the chairperson LC1s, very many of them here. We have the teachers, we have the farmers, we have the people of different dignitaries. We thank you so much for being part of the family. We thank you so much. We want to thank the Reno Funeral Services for the very good commendable work, for the very good commendable work. The Kibeki Catering Services. She's behind there trying to make sure ngoburumuntu wena yabasa kutunga cyo kurya nangwa na necho kunywa. Twenda kwebaza hobare honorable Morini Kibeki for the very good service. Skynet Sound situ ntubaso butabibazo. You've been here for so many days kubasa kutebekanisa kurungi na mnonga omukoro gwitu, the voice of the voiceless, connecting communities. John Rwenzore FM Eiraka radio kubasa kubasyaho na buri omwena oyine service kandi na buri omwena obasa okuteka mu mukono gw'amani kubasa kugira ngo omukoro gwitu gwerizoba kubasa kutambura kuri mnonga heturu kugambira murkazara mwe kandi kanisa yamazire kamu kuzwaro kwetebekanisa kushabara umubiri gwa mjezi witu ninza kushaba ubucurera nikesi wabo inakasimu ubundi twachura umushongejo iyo kushaba nibona basa kwecureza base kushabara mjenzi jime mukama kumusasiro boryaho ine bya mugenzereho kubi kubasa kugira amagara marungi nangwa no kushabara bunda kurya rubazu nangwa niho kweshabara wenka habo kuba ebere biturumu kandi nabyo nibyo kushaburana murukagire amagaramwe. Twenda kubibaza mnonga kandi twenda kubakunda nkoko naba nabagambire twinho speeches twinhe muri kandi enambe tari impango mnonga nyenda kushababo murukagire amagaramwe weba speech kubarebwa shire mwiza kunyamba kubasa kugamba turukozesa abo benyini abarukwisha kubana batwembera mu speeches zezo habo kuba buri speech inera kuza kuba najebembera buri speech ine leader buri speech ine leader. At the same time, ladies and gentlemen, we have a time we are going to lay the wreath on the casket of our brother. We're gonna request every person, in case you have a wreath, come and register with the Reno Funeral Services and make sure that the wreath is fully registered so that it cannot disturb at the time of the laying of the wreath. We thank you so much for those who are listening into 89.7 Rwenzore FM Eiraka radio, and for those who are also watching us live on Eiraka TV Uganda. We thank you so much. Thank you so much for listening in, and may you continue to listen. Abokuba omukoro nubwe gwatandika murkazara mwe munchirize twakire cyeshongoro kigufu kuruga wa oni chichimnonga as we prepare to bring our brother in the middle of us kubasa kutandika kumushabira no kugumizamo na nemukore ndijo murakagire amagaramwe mwe bari munonga kuturikiriza nitumanya heroko muri yo muturikirize kandi twenda kubasimira aho bubwire bwanyu na munonga bagenzi bitu aba Central Market hariya harakabujegera abariyo baturikirize bagenzi bitu abantara har masyoro twenda kubasiya munonga in a very special way. We want to thank you so much, the Masyoro people, the Chichwamba, the everywhere people. Thank you so much for being part of the family. Twaza kandi nza kushabangu bagumire ntwara kazindaro lero tubase okugumizamu yebere munonga.
Shangwe nyete kate chire korije kuntwara andine
turukutandika mukorogu twena twemerire cyeshongoro igana 39 ecyeshongoro igana 39 mbyeshongoro bya runyankore rukiga turukutandika umukoro ubwo kuziga twena twemerere
Ejitine nakum konkomusi yo mwiguru tituri gishangayo turyashemererwayo turyashemererwayo hatakiriho kuragana abakunda Yesu bona omubuna kubwo kufa baryata omwiguru baryata omwiguru turyashemererwayo hatakiriho kuragana turire bo mujuni turyayisima munonga okutakarebwaga turyashemererwayo turyashemererwayo hatakiriho kuragana turyaguma tuhimbise Yesu tumweshongorere tutari kuremura turyashemererwayo turyashemererwayo hatakiriho kuragana abakunda Yesu bona omubuna kubwo kufa baryata omwiguru baryata omwiguru turyashemererwayo turyashemererwayo rwayo turyashemerererwayo hatakiriho kuragana
turyaguma tuhimbise Yesu tumweshongorere tutari kuremura
tutari kuremura turyashemerererwayo turyashemerererwayo turyashemerererwayo
hatakiriho kuragana
aha mpapura 279 ombitabe bihango ebyo kushaba ebyo runyankorero kiga okuratana ko kuzika abafu mukama witu Yesu Kristo akagira ati ninye kuzoka n'amagara orukunkiriza no buyakufa ari yabohurire no muntu we no rohurire kandi orukunkiriza tarife biro byona kandi umuzana we yubwa akagira ati nimanya ko mucunguzi wanje abaho kandi kwariyemerera hansi amuheru ombere rwanje guruba rwambaza roho gutya bwanyuma ndyareba ruhanga ntagwine undi yerebera nyenka erisho ryanje ritari yondijo rikamwetegereza turaresere kintu munsi kandi tukubasa kwiha mu kintu mukama kampa mbwena binyihireho izina rya mukama risimu
katigume twemereire tusomerwa Zaburi eya 9 Zaburi ya 9 bene bitabe bihango runyankorera kiga hapeje ya 2:8 abene bitabu ebyari nyorotoro hapeje ya 2:9 abene Bible empango runyankorera kiga hapeje ya rusanzu 19 Mukama niwe wabiro lyo butaho bwaitu obusinge bwona ebungo bitakabeireho otakahanjire nsi nebiru mu byona okwiho obusinge bwona okusyo obusinge bwona niwe rohanga ogarura abantu omucucu nogira oti nimugarukeyo imwe bantu mwe ahakobe emyaka 10 mu mesho gawe hakobe emyaka 10 omu mesho gawe eri nkekiro cyanyamwe bazyo erihoire nali nko abantu bashimukiranye kiro obatwalira kimwe nko oli kutwara omweje mule bali nkabagwije jire omukasese baba nko bunyanso buli kumera omukasese butoka bukura omumwe bazo butemwa kandi buhongwa aha kuba tumazirwaho kugwibwa kubikwawe n'ekiniga cyawe nikiturebese naku oyeteyiro kutashirira kwito meisho nebe byeyito ebisherekirwe wabita omushana gw'emisho gawe aha kobebiro byeitu byona bigenda nibihwaho otwinere kiniga emyaka yeitu ehwaho nko mwisyo emyaka y'amagara gaitu eba 17 nali kutuba twagizira amani ehikama 18 konko kujogwa muno kufa kubi no kurebe naku aha kuba yonera kukwaho neite twegendera noha oli kumanya amani go kugwibwa kubikwawe n'ekiniga cyawe okwoshemerire kutinwa nahabwecho otwegese kubarebero byeitu tubone kugira umutima gw'obwenge garuka ayi mukama oryasyahi sasara abantu bawe omukasese wothazi embabazi zawe tubone kushemerwa no kwesima ebiro byeitu byona otho kwesima okurukwingana nebiro byone bigwatubonesezemu n'emyaka itwarebire menaku itwa beiru bawe otwole cyo murumo gwawe n'abana beitu obole cyo kitinisa cyawe embabazi za mukama ruhanga weitu ziguma halitwe ohamye emirimo y'emikono yeitu ego emirimo gw'omukono gweitu oguhamye twena hamwe kitinisa cyo balisitwe naro mwana naro moyo rukwera cyabe kiri mu kutandika na hati nikokiri kandi ko kiriba rone biro
bina okustama mstame shomerwe echweka. Zakushoma echweka ekirikushangwa omunjiri nkoko yahandikirwe Ruka Rwera shurane ya 21 tujja kushoma tutandika n'orukara rwa 25. Echweka ekirashomwe amukoro gw'izoberi nshangwa omunjiri nkoko yahandikirwe Ruka Rwera eshura abrenemwe tujja kutandika n'omushorongo gwa 25 habwinji bw'empapura 105 abwa Biblia za runyankoro rukiga ibiri kumanyisa okwerekerera kwa Yerusalemu no kugaruka kwa Yesu. Hari yabaho umanyiso ahizoba na kwezi na hanyonyozi kandi hansi amahanga garyashasha gashoberwe abo kuhorera kwenyanja n'ebingonzi abantu bahahaze imitima abo boba no kutegereza ekiri kwenda kwija ahansi abo kuba ebyamani ebyo mu iguru biryatengesibwa bwanyuma yebyo baryareba omwana w'omuntu nayizira omukicu ayino bushoborozi n'ekitinisa kingi kandi ebi kubiritandika kubaho mureba higuru muyimuse emitwe yanyu akuba okucungurwa kwanyu kuryaba kuri hihi yabacwera emfumati mwetegereze omutini n'emiti endijo yona ko etoka amababi mwareba mumanya ko obona ko bokugesha buri hihi nabo echo nimwe kumureba ebyo nibibaho mumanye ngo obukamu bwa Ruhanga buyirire hihi buzumazima nimbagambira nti obusinjo obu tiburiho ebyo bona bitakabireho iguru n'ensi biryaho konka ekigambo cyanje tirukiruhaho konka mwerinde imitima yanyu etaritiremesibwa umururu n'obusinzi n'amaganya n'amagara aga ekirecho kitakabagwaho mutamanyire nkorgogo akuba kiryayika abantu bona abatwire munsi yona mugume nimureba obutwire bwona nimushaba ngo mubase okukira ebyo ebiribaho no kwemerera omumisho gw'omwana w'omuntu kandi buri zoba akaba yegesa omurehekaro omwebazyo araro mu kibungo cya Zeituni omukasheshe munonga abantu bona bamushanga omurehekaro no kumuhurira ekimwahurira n'ekigambo kya Mukama.
Kama waitu asimwe twikirize nke kanisa kandi twari umugisha gwo kubatangirira mu izina rya Tate itene ry'Umwana n'iryo mwisho Rwera sime Ruhanga no buturi kushasha konko watishyashiro sherizoba ngo tweterane hamwe sendeshereze oweshemwe jime munyikirize kandi umuringo gwo mutano ntangire achidikono waitu utu abana we omumwanya ogo ahubwo mukorono gwo gumwe ogwo kutangirira oweshemwe kandi nkobweyire okubukwishana ubugenda munyikirize umwanya wo nsabe MC okwizo kubasa kutwasa akatwaro mesho za speeches zaba ziriho MC ninsabangu speeches zaba ziriho omubwire bwazo reka twikirize twataganise ahubwo burungi bwo mukorogo.
Thank you so much, Reverend. Habo kunchiriza kandi ukubasa kutwara kurungi na mnonga emukoro erikwegitaho na mnonga ubwo kutahiba muri kandi na speeches umurengo mutano uturikirize ni waryaha twenda kumanyisa ngo turiyamboza kinana na mwenda katongeze mushanju Rwenzore FM Eiraka Radio kandi umurengo mutano twenda kwakira Venerable Reverend Alex Arnitwe omukundwa munonga yabare kuyisha kuba nitwe nanishaba umureke tumutere ingaro ahabwe inshonga yo ukuru w'umukorogo yabare munonga kandi nimanya ngo oriyo mugenyi nubo yizire kandi tukunda munonga oriyo muka twakushimirwa munonga yenda kwebaza abahure aboyine kandi nanababuruzi beshongozi banywana banje murkazaramwe mwebare munongo kweshongora kandi nimwe abekana sabe bitinasa twenda kwebaza munonga mwamisaka na bagenzi bawe nimbareba twenda kwebaza munonga kandi habwe nshonga yakire kandi habwabo bagenzi bitu abatwiraha abarkwenda kugarukayo na munongo mbwire gatakabire majingo gacicire munonga kubasa kubamanyisa ngo twine ho mukorogo kutahe muri kandi nano kubebaza habo kushasha na mama wekeji kandi nabo kushasha na mama Helen abwa kuferwa omushija wawe orukazara wihangane kandi nkuko bashaba mukama kuzirikise umuyeko w'embabazi orukazara we munchereze kandi mbase kubatwara umukoro gwo muri. And I'm going to request my brothers of Reno Funeral Services, one of us may stand up or two of you. We make sure that we give the wreath so that it can be laid on the casket of our brother. Thank you so much. I think the choir, what you are going to do for me, muzakunda nirogwe shongoro bukutambura no mukorogo kandi nza kushaba ngo murukazara mwe munchereze kazinda rako kabase kutambura mpora ukubahika nano kubasa kutereza ubweshongoro ubakabasa kushendekereza ninga kuhereza ubunde ngoga kwijja kutahe muri orukazara we munchereze cyo muri cyo kubanza tucereze mucyara wo mugenzi uye kwatirire uyahangane bakuhangane umwahari yabo abarihihi base kwijja osibura umushija wawe yabari mnonga beshongozi munkwase
icyesongoro 10:18 runyoro rutoro mugume habwa Yesu
cyane mugenzi ngena isafitaye muri ihangane mama Helen Chitalonyo Chitalodara nako yahangane mukama nuwakuhereza kandi nuwakugaruka katwari kiconco cye cyakuba yakuye bashunguzi baruri mnonga maraka maruri mnonga anasa ya rwabugingo banywana banje uruzi kimuri cya kabiri n'ikimuri cy'abana abana b'umugenzi children abana and led by printer going to request you come up and raise the voice and say bye to our father. Thank you so much. Another wreath from the mama arakutuzarira mugenzi uza kushaba ngo mugire imbabazi umuhangane mama ugumiye base kusherekereza umwana wawe turikirize yarikinana na mwenda kapongeza umushanje ya HSRIP Eiraka radio kandi twine Eiraka TV Uganda ahari yabo abatabasa kutwegitaho, but for those who are outside the country they can also as well watch us live on Eiraka TV Uganda. You just go to the YouTube and you put the word Eiraka TV Uganda and then you start viewing us very live. Thank you so much. Chereze murukazara mwe yakire kimuri cya bishento bakwasa kwa mushitami na bishenkazi basa kuba muri mama yabarangayo tweteka twece twisheni twese kimurecyo bishento y'umugenzi zakubashaba mukakira amagaramwe muri hangane. Jimmy has been very big man, very good man, but he has gone. Iza kushangayo bishento tegerizimwe kandi kuba kwa bataka biruvede banyi na rimwe twimuke tubase kutahe kimuri no mukorogori izuba tuza kwakira bishento banyi na rimwe n'intwaye twentwe teka banyi na bishento ishento bakajira amagara mwe muguruse mutahigwa ngahishe muri bacukwera kuri ijaro mwisho tubase okutambura ku Benvino Funeral Services bariyo batukora mu murungi ishento bariyo nibisha tukahishi muri meanwhile banyina rimwe itwe twentu teka aba babana bashitama itwe twajira mu kahanda ako kwija kandi okutahishi muri tuko sibura umwana witu banyina rimwe niza kushaba ngo muyimuce muihangane murakagira amagara mwe nabanyinentu mukazaramwe muri nonga kandi okwihangana bw'inshongejo abakuzarwa nabo brothers and sisters wana request you to come over and wait the race ababamara kurgayo abakuzarwa nabo teka tuje teichi muri nitwe muri nonga mwebale munonga niza kushaba ngo abakuzarwa nabo abazarwa nabo ababiri nazarwa nabo mwisha kunchiriza twakira abakuzarwa nabo abakuzarwa nabo mwebale munonga mama mutyo mono kweri ntuturamo abana banyanya bakurube kandi ntunda kubasima munonga mwihangane niona niwe nubwo muhanda nkabibora ko kutugambira muso muturinke birabyo nozaho umurinkana ushemera uko mukireka kimunonga ugaruka Rwera mwene no kwihangana tukagira imbabazi abeka yabo aboki kamwenge aboki kamwenge niza kushaba ngo aboki kamwenge abeka yawe mbase kwimuka safiteka muka speed ningashi ubwango buce wasa kuterekana sa aboki kamwenge ahori njya kusaba oyije niwe tehekimoni chete Mwana shana chumba chete chacho niza kushaba ngo isote muri aboki kamwenge yaba na teka kuija nsa kwakira Daddy Baguma and family Daddy Baguma and family Daddy Baguma and family Tata Baguma and family abo babana bargayo Justus and Derek nibiza ku representing echimuri echo cy'abakamwenge kandi mugurusi Baguma yabana yitegura kuyijana bekaye chimuri echo nacyo nchima kigenda omumisho murakagira amagara mwe za kushabangu abeka ya Dennis and Goretti nababeka ya Baguma babana bargayo Dennis and Goretti mwitegure mwihangane kandi ukubasa kuyisha okutesha muri cyanyu Derek and Dennis nabo bariyo nibisha ko kambe muri kirimwe Dennis and Derek wait a bit katwetecha family ya Baguma thank you so much then Baguma yaba nargayo nsa kwashira representatives aboki kandi mbabo baheza so nsa kwashira Dennis and Goretti babahereza icyumure ejo meanwhile mukitare Moses abena yitekateka turukuza tutaho ejimuri okushebura mugenzi wetu mukitare Moses kanisa mwebare munonga marakamarugi munonga bazica abatokirize mwabaryaha mwebare bakazara mukitare abena Aisha Moses tahicumuri meanwhile Robert Kahukan family we get ready to come ukwiza twayicumuri turukushendekereza mugenzi witu munywani witu kandi umwana witu uza kunyicereza Robert Kahuka and family baba nibaragayo twakire bagenzi bitu Mr and Mrs Mukabe Moses turukirize yambuza kirana na mwenda atongeze mushanju wenzore family ka radio Mugabe Mr and Mrs Mugabe Moses please niza kubashaba mwabari kuyija mwabari kwihangana mwabari kutuberaho mwabari gukora byona mwabari kutera umuhanda wa masiyoro banyana bitu mwabari mnoga kwasa kutuberaho Mr and Mrs Kansime Mr and Mrs Kansime please za kubashaba nimwe mwije mwihangana barakumanya kweshongora na mnongo byeshongora byekanasa muri kazara mu ntaka misaba kwaya you can also join us to sing together kubasa kweshongora ko mnongo mutezwe nangoroka kiramagara we iyo bari mnonga kimure cyo cyabana kiragayo ntsa kwantwakira ekimuri cha Mr the family the Kampala Royal Dutch Airline Kampala Royal Dutch Airline the team please come over Kampala Royal Dutch Airline please where you could be may you please come and rain the wind from the casket of our brother baba barukwetekateka urukazara wuturikirize nuza kuncereza nyakira ekimuri kindi ekikuruga omukaya Tabugoba family baza kwisha nabo bakataho ekimuri cyabo murakazara mwe kandi butwa turugumiza muno kwakira abagenzi betu okwisha okutebitaho okubasa okuzika mugenzi wetu Jimmy Tabugoba family mwebari mnonga kandi abo baba nibarugayo tuza kwakira ekimuri cha the family of the Kafureka family please ahimuri the Kafureka family ahimuri Kafureka family ahituri iza kubashaba twise twishimira kitu and gonna be followed by Kahwa John Bosco please Kafureka family followed by Kahwa Bosco thank you Honorable Kahwa nanaga wawe ninjangu yore kwisha kandi bari no kukunda bamnonga abawekeji Kahwa John Bosco nabekaye nibiza kuratirwa Hannah's friends ahemure twashamamu banye nabyo tunareba naba peeringa bwentuza kushaba ngwini kese kimuri cyabasa kuzoka wesha kureba ukora gambire abanyemerira rubazu okubasa kinyarkamu Hannah's friends thank you so much Hannah's friends bagenzi bitu kandi banywani bitu ababasa kwisha kuba nitu Hannah's friends bantu baragaho kwisha kwakira ikimuri cha Ronnie Flavia nyamare abeshonguzi kandi ikimuri cyo cyabana kiragayo tuza kwakira ekimuri cha Monica Asimwe and family thank you so much Monica Asimwe and family thank you so much we have also Jolly Kahunde and Texas family whatever it could be is that washaba munini wishe ciao Jolly Kahunde and Texas family wishe chicho mukazara hanyuma y'ikimare cyo za kwakira kimuri kuruga wa Brenda nyuma y'ikimuri ekyo tuzakwakira ekimuri ky'omu muri itwe guhenda weno base kukitaho kurungi kurenda yabari munonga kandi mwana witu yabari kuzika tata kandi yabari munonga. We have the Boston community. We have the Boston community, please. Boston community. Meanwhile, tuyumvirira kwendera kutayi murebi uza kushaba ba speeches nyamwe okwishuka no kumanya ibikurugo bwire kubasa kandi kuza kutoka munonga. The Boston family is done. We have also Mose family za kushaba nimwe ije muteje muri kitu okubasa okusibura mugenzi wetu. Speeches zija kuba ziri ngufu konka tuja kuzitwara ku munonga. Mose family baba barikweteka teka kwija nchirize twakire the old boys of Uganda secondary school. The old boys abasigazi abashumira muri banda ishumereryo zakabasha umwami Tomu n'abagenzi bawe n'abarebera hanuya abapaya mwere mnonga. It's very nice. The old boys abasigazi abashumira banda secondary school banda SS mwere mnonga umwami Katuma okutegura intebe ya Kitagwenda abamemba bwa parliament mnonga ukirize twakire ekimuri kindi okuvuga Kansanga family. Abe Kansanga bakadebanga abalungi babasaba twetekateke tugenda ffe tuteeke ku ekimuri kyaffe. Kansanga family, madam, thank you so much for representing us. Thank you, the Almighty God bless you for that time that you've given us. Thank you so much. We have the Movito family. On a very special note, Mr. Movito and your family, we want to thank you so much for whatever you've been doing, left and right, here and there, up and down. Thank you so much, Movito and your family. After Movito and family, we're going to receive another wish from Bakuzi Rosette. Movito family shall be followed by Bakuzi Rosette. Tulichirize yamboza chinana na mwenda atogeze bishanshu Consort FM Raka Radio. After Bakuzi Rosette, we have little family. Turarga chimurecho Movito ntenda kubaza yabari munonga na beka yawe yabari byona kandi kuzimazima tukusima ibyo basekora ubutaruha. That is Bakuzi Rosette. Yabari we have Mutahigwa, beka ya Mutahigwa umugurusi mukuru kandi utufite kitinisa tunda kushaba na beka yawe yihangane na honorable Kansara mwana wanje basekutaho ekimurecho tukushengekereza amujeni umwana witu. Abeka y'umugurusi Mutahigwa mwabari. Then we have also Mr. Katema Benson, the chairman AGI. Mr. Katema Benson, chairman AGI. Zakushaba. Katema Benson and Mr. Apuro. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mabari kuisha habuchi merecho. Tugendere muri kandi twasigaza ekimuri cy'abana babiri nashomesa rero tukahindura n'iki muri cya church. Abana babiri nashomesa, please come very fast. I know you are still young, you can do it very, very fast. Then that one shall be followed by the church. My brother, Venerable Reverend Alex Arneit and the team, after this week, going to request you. Abana bana babiri nashomesa kandi Venerable Reverend Alex Arneit iza kushaba kubikiriza inkwete na timu y'ejo y'abasigwa abajunwa abarokore abahure baburuzi na nito twena ekanasa twimise mu komunitu okwegita ahakanasa turukoremberwa Venerable Reverend Alex Arneit Dr. Minise mukono mukakira amagara mwe n'abari Beshongozi bari mnonga mwebali kwishongora mwebali Venerable yebali kandi nchirize Venerable Beshongozi bari kumari ibice shongoresho mpora turi kumarirwa tezwe nanga yebali bakitira yebali mnonga yebali mnonga Maleke tumarire yo koko mpora represent chairperson organizing committee niza kushaba oyira hano yaba kumpera kazindaro master waza kunyamba mwami muganzi wanyakirira kazindaro ako kaba very well sanitized rero twakahereza chairperson organizing kubasa kugira byatusiyaho yabere mnonga chairperson pious habo kubasa kutebekanisa kandi nano kutusiyaho ubundi ubutumwa bwawe yabere mnongo turikirize kandi ukubasa ukubanitswe mu pious
abenju yekanisa bachirinju bejeka umukaikuru Grace Kabagweri n'abana bawe Mukajime Helen and the bigger family from Kisoro banywana ba family eji abatuze bece bogo mwanya and those who are watching us live on the live feed for the contact that we gave you n'abakira mwebare munonga kuizaha mukatukwasa umukuzika kwa mwana weitu kano mwana weitu Jime Balya amazina ni engineer Pius Singoma nyembe chairperson wakachiko akoorganizing rebe bintu from Kampala na ninyenda kusima family ya Jimmy mwebare kutukwasa kandi mwebare kuba cooperative na nitu tubetor Kampala twa organizing obusente mwa planning aje ngirango mwana witogwo nakuzikwaje mwebare munonga kandi tekateka mwitero mungaro ninyenda kusima banywana ba Jime aba Kampala harho ababiri nakora nabo in Boston bakabariyo batkwatiraho batsya mwebari munonga nyenda kusima family ya Helen abakisoro mwebari kukwatira ngira ngo iki kintu kiza kuhenderaje ekirungi abazeyi barya kandi family irya baza kwemerera batugaidinge tugende mu maisho. I would like to address myself to the people who are using the live feed to watch us and follow this function. I want to welcome you. And if you're based in the United States, I want to thank you so much for your contribution. I hope we did try to address all your concerns. Except that I'll ask that next time you just be kind enough not to use the live footages that we have passed on to you to make some comments. It was not very nice for some of that element of indiscipline, but I think they are following. Jimo gunyoni mmanya nk'omuntu tukarugahare konka ekikuru munonga mu bito guno yantirire sima mande shaha nkemwe akungambira ngu jime yaba kubi. Of course na wakatinire nambuza ubwo muno gamba jimare angira ngo ayo wa sister we Monica asimu Monica gwe ni manyamter mubuza jimare ati jimare yaha ninyenda tumuntu organizing mugera tinkwenda kuhure byo organizing muteko motoka mutwaro mu irwaro. Luckily enough bachikora speed okuvugana jime nkambuga no mu irwaro arumuna isya kubi. It was not a good sight. Ba doctor barwana nawe akaine ba doctor benji actually kuzagire kukanka shanka 10 ya stabilizinga yamanyira naraye misatu mukono yanye tati atpes yatanka kunshoborra nukwar munashasha namjara no iwe orya oxygen utakagamba munonga guma haho ebinde byo mu irwaro bamutwara mu ICU mukasheshe bantiresimu ngudime yafu. So ebyakunyo of course nyotin kumanya kambi manya konke kinkumanya ngo akareberwa kandi abashija bacurudwabo nyenda kubasima ba doctor bakagezaho utakayemera ukagera ngo umushija tararebera. No, they tried their part because for me I was seeing what was happening in hospital. Na bibyo nabirekeraho nintekateka okufa kwa jimo okusa kutwegese ibintu bingi atakumanya ngo ahirirwe kwa kombantu agira ngo untungire okubaho kwitu kona ebitukora nebitugamba nembabazi za Mukama tukora brand ngira ngo Bible ejo itukumanya netugira ngo ndyabe yahebye mutira hamaisha kureba umanzi wanyu kanko maho mwebare munonga
yebare munonga Pius ahabwa speech ngufu kandi nonji. We thank you so much. 89.7 Wenzore FM Eiraka Radio Venerable unchirize twachire speech ndizo kandi speech eji ni speech yabana kandi speech eji neija kujweche Brenda no kuja kutugambira ebigambo ahari dadweye kandi nza kushabangwa bine microphone you sanitize it well kandi tubase kujumuhereza no kugira ebigambo biya gamba mwebare mnonga abine Brenda for us who can help her tubasa kumureta near here because of the camera kone tuenda nguchitwere na bagenzi betu in Boston, Japan and other parts of the world babase ukureba ekiriyo kicyenda kurungi mnonga hanuya twaturukuzika mugenzi wetu yabari mnonga. Brenda, a microphone.
Good afternoon, all of you. Good afternoon, family, friends, and the live feed right now going on. Yeah, sure. Okay. Where is it? Did you open it? Yeah, it's here. I'm sorry about that. So the last time I saw my dad was when he came to work. He came to my job. He usually comes to see me, drop something, maybe a snack, maybe some paperwork that I need to do for him. I always did his paperwork for him, print something. So the last time he came, it was quite awkward because I printed for him his visa to come here, but I printed for him 2 copies. He called me. I gave him the 2 copies first, and then he called me again and said he needed more copies. To come here, you need 1 copy. He made a reason to see me that last day. I saw him like several times. He came to my work like around 3 p.m., came back at 3:10, came back at 3:15. The last 3:15, I told him, Dad, I gave you your copies. Like, okay, you know when you just want to give, okay, here, you know? And I didn't get it till I noticed that he was just trying to say bye. I just thought it was something normal. Like, I was like, Daddy, I just gave you your copies. And he just said, no, I need another copy. Actually, come and see if the copy is fine. A visa it takes 2 minutes to do it. But that day I saw him 3 times in a span of 15 minutes. Going, coming back, going, coming back. So what can I really remember about Jimmy Balya? I was a very stubborn child while growing up. My dad put his all, his strength, he went through, I don't know how many homes I moved around. I moved from auntie to auntie to auntie to auntie. I know he was my father, but so many fathers leave their child if they're too stubborn for them, right? My dad never gave up on me. He educated me in the most expensive schools, and of which he didn't afford it. My dad wasn't rich before that. He struggled for every single little penny, and he showed me that in this life, once you work hard, you can get anything, right? You just have to put in your dedication, you have to put in your all, and I really, really appreciate that for him. I don't know, his passing I did not see no signs, I do not know, like, it's so sudden. But one thing I know is that once God is ready to receive you, he's going to take you, and there's nothing we can do about it. We may take him to the most expensive hospitals, we may give him the best drugs there is, but once it's his time, God has called him. And God doesn't make mistakes. He doesn't. Even us being right here, I have met, I don't know, we used to come to the village together each and every time, and I would meet like 15 people on our way. We stopped from each house. You know, when you're coming and you stop each house and say hello, you're greeting. So he tells you, oh, now this is your auntie, this is your, you don't really think about it. But today, seeing all of you here, I really appreciate you and thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for the good things you've done for my dad. Thank you for the prayer you're sending him each and every day. And the people that he helped, the light that he showed to you and gave you, is going to pass through me, because I'm not going to give up on anything. Be it this home. He loved this home with all of his heart. He actually had planned to make like a gathering. Everyone was asking me, oh, we were planning a gathering to come here and like make a small party. And now this is the party. Sending him off at this time. So sad. Because he loved so many people. He gave the little he had. My dad, when I tell you, my dad would have literally $50 on his account. I'm not lying. That is like about what? 200, 100 Ugandan shillings? And he would send you $20. And he would say, I'll make it back. I'll find a way, but you need this right now. You know? So, I don't know. I made a speech, but I couldn't find it on my phone. I want to just tell you all that Jimmy is always going to be with us in spirit. He's going to be with us. This family that we have made, that has come together. Let's stay together. There's something about family that's why they call it family. If God was to make if he was to make people and he just says, okay, come on this earth by yourself and live by yourself, I don't think we would make it, right? So family is important because he loved family. I grew up with different people, and my siblings are very little. Teres, Tavi, Tyra, if you're watching this, I'm going to step into Dad's hands. I'm going to step into his shoes, sorry. And I'm going to make sure everything is taken care of, just like the way. And I'll show you what he did I'll introduce you to each and every one as much as I can. Show you the light that he showed to everyone, the things he did for people, just Daddy is with us. Just because he's gone doesn't mean that it all ends, or like, oh, we are alone. No, we are not alone. We have family. We have my mom. And with her, everything is going to be okay. You know that different type of peace? Since Dad passed, I don't sleep, but I have peace. I have a different type of peace whereby it's like he's proud. He knows that everything is going to be okay. And it aches my stomach that at the same time when I'm grieving this much, I have this strength. God has given me this strength to continue the work Jimmy has done. I'm going to take care of everything. Everyone who was thinking, oh, now Jimmy has gone, how is this going to be? No, I am here. My mom is here. My siblings are here. We are going to learn. We are going to teach ourselves to be as loving and kind as him, to share everything that he has shared with all of you. You know, something about life, that just doesn't make no sense. See, these things, we're all going to leave them here. Don't be greedy. Don't be jealous. Don't share the moments you have with your loved ones. My dad, I have like a few pictures of him, and right now I was like, I would have taken a picture this moment. I would have taken this, or would have done this, but I always knew he was going to be around, because he was this type of person whereby every problem, let me tell you, every problem you told Jimmy, there was a solution. Even if he didn't know about it, he would tell you, let me call you back in 5 minutes, and we work upon it. 5 minutes to the dot, he'll call you. Now you're going to do this, now you're going to do that. And that's one thing I'm really going to miss. I'm going to miss that person who I'd call on to any time of the day, be it anything like. Anyway, may his soul rest in peace. And in case I've missed anything to say, just know that he is proud and he is happy wherever he is. The angels have called him for a reason. Now it's time for us to put out the work that he put, like what he showed in us, right? So now I have a speech on behalf of my brother Moses. Moses is my cousin. Auntie Monica is his mother. Moses is so sad that he's not here right now, but that was his best friend as well. Just like the way he was my best friend, he was Moses's best friend. Anyway, let me read the speech from him. Okay, here we go. So he says, Dear Uncle Jimmy, I have not known a man so loving, so true and kind as you. When I came to America in 2018, you opened your house to me. You fed me, you got me a job, and helped me process my paperwork. Those 2 years I spent in your house were some of the most memorable moments in America. I'm your sister's son, and you treated me as if I was your very own. You would often come to my room to ask me whether I enjoyed dinner or a cup of tea. There was a moment when I approached you for help, and you turned me down. You would always say, Moses, otafayo, American ninko etyo. Uncle, you had a solution for everything. You literally seemed to have keys to every door. You have not known a hardworking man. I have not known a hardworking man like you. When you set a goal, you had to achieve it. You have been my source of joy and pride in Boston, and all my friends knew you. Some even thought you were my father and never bothered to correct them. Uncle, you have fought a good fight. You have kept the faith and you have finished the race. And now your prize awaits you, which is the crown of righteousness. When I dropped you off at Boston Logan Airport a few weeks ago, I did know it would be my last time to see you. I'm glad you spent your last day with me in America. The entire Ugandan community in Boston is still in deep shock about your death. People loved you so much, Uncle, so very much. It's sad I could not bury you. You loved your retirement home so much, but I'm sure your heavenly mansion is much, much better. I will do my best to emulate your values of hard work, excellence, commitment, accountability, and transparency. Enjoy the pearly streets of heaven, Uncle. Enjoy the new Jerusalem, where there is no more pain, no more worries or sorrows. The Lord gave, and now he has taken back. Blessed be the name of the Lord till we meet again. Love always. Moses Mukuntale, Boston, Massachusetts. Also, I just want to say also thank you to the people that spent the last moments with my dad. Carol, Thank you so much. It takes strength to have seen the last moments of Daddy and you. You know? Thank you, Auntie Monica. Thank you, Auntie Benna. Thank you, the Ndeze family. Thank you, Uncle Mobito, Uncle Pius. I don't know if I'm missing anyone. Thank you guys, because you were there for him when we weren't. And also, thank you, Mukaka. Mukaka. I'm going to make sure everything is fine. Don't worry about anything in America. Your appointments are all set. I know you're worried about that. But trust me, everything is going to be okay. Everything is going to be okay. I know you have gone through a lot, but I'm going to step up for Daddy. Be strong, Mukaka, because now you're my only Mukaka. I can hold on. I say, Mukaka this, Mukaka. So, thank you so much. And before I end it, there was, sorry for taking your time, but Benson, can you wave, Benson? Oh, okay. That was a good friend to my dad, so I would just like to appreciate him as well. Thank you all, and may Daddy's soul rest in eternal peace. I love you so much, and thank you for being here with us in this time. Thank you, the Boston family, for everything, the support, condolences, the messages, daily checkups. Thank you so much. And please be with us even after today, especially my little siblings. They are going to need someone to guide them always, even if me and my mom are here, Auntie Hilda, everyone. If we're not there and you find any of my siblings straying, please correct them. Because Daddy did everything to make sure that we were good. And he did it all. He was this type of person whereby nothing was too much for him. Please be there for my siblings if you find them at school. If you find my little sister, if you find Tavi, Terry. Okay.
Master of Ceremonies, I beg that you forgive me for adding my voice to Brenda's speech. This I have done simply because there are some issues which I must categorically put across before all of you, and I would feel cheated, or I would have felt like I have cheated my friend if I didn't put this before all of you. So thank you. Benson Katema is my name. I'm a born of this place. Jimmy, I don't know. He's been a great friend to me, and I loved him so much. While I was growing up, Jimmy was quite some years ahead of me. So many, by the way. We are not age mates. But he chose me. I mean, I knew Jimmy for being a very, very specific, smart all the time. I looked up to him. I admired his ways. But I was in another league. If it was for football, I was praying for AC Villa and he was praying for Barcelona, maybe. So God helped me grow. So he did to Jimmy. Jimmy was an orphan like I was. Time came and we had to go leave our village to go and try to get something to ourselves. Jimmy went to America. I stayed in Uganda, to be more specific, in Kampala. Jimmy looked for me. Yes. He looked for me. I didn't know about him. He said, Benson, where are you? I said, I'm here. He said, can we talk? We started talking. I actually started advising him on how to come back down here and put a few things right. I told him to start some projects. And to be more specific, I'm a banana farmer around. He asked me a lot, how do you go about it? What? I advised him because I didn't want him to keep engaging me, I said, let me give you my best worker to come and establish your farm. I gave him a boy called Alex. I don't know whether Alex is here. And they started. Jimmy surprised me. He called me to go to America and meet his family in 2020. I said, you man, what's the problem? He said, come meet my family. Something I want to tell you. I was planning to go to America, meet my friend and his family. Then COVID came. We couldn't make it. Jimmy contracted COVID-19. I thought Jimmy was dying. Thank God he didn't die. He came to Uganda, looked for me, said, Benson, you couldn't make it to America, but I want to meet you and we sort out a few things. I said, what is this? He gave me money. No one was there to witness. He said, this money I have given you. Keep it, give it to my wife. When I finally departed this world, I said, you man, what's your problem? It was a lot of money. I said, okay, I'll keep the money. Now, today morning, I delivered the money to her. You can bear me witness. Did I deliver the money? I delivered the money. We talked. We've been friends. Anyway, to crown it all, he promised and requested that I should always stand with his family. And I promised I will always stand with his family. Because Jimmy was an orphan, I was an orphan. She's a widow. I love orphans, I love widows, and I will always stand with them. Anyway, I know a lot about Jimmy, and I'm not going to reveal everything. But if it involves dying for Jimmy, I will die for him. Jimmy told me, if he ever dies, and I told him the same, if I ever die, my grave should not be on an open ground like this, just far. It's raining on you, it is shining on you. I mean, let me put it in Runyankori. Jima kanjira, ngo batarumuzika nkaha, just enzure kamutera, omusana kamutera, ebinyonyi bikamunera. No! Akanjira ngo tumwombekere enzu, esweke kituro, tugisakaza amategura, kandi tuzagata tugisibi, tuteho kamera. Abana beno bagumana bari ni wa mucecezi, in case you dare come here at night. Ni want to kureba. So Jimmy, I know wherever you are watching this, and I will protect you. I will protect your interest. No question about that. Allow me to read for you this verse because to me it's so dear, and that's the only way I'll crown my speech. For those who have Bibles, Please turn to Thessalonians chapter 4, verse 13. I wish someone could read it in Runyankore after I have read this. Here we go. But we do not want you to be uninformed, brothers, about those who are asleep, that you may not grieve as others do, who have no hope. Therefore, Jimmy is sleeping. There is a life after this. Be strong. And I have a special request. Maybe you can play it in the background. DJ, the thing goes, I will not be moved. I will not be moved. There is nothing that can move me. Even at the point of death, we shall remain strong. Thank you. Rest well, my friend.
Thank you so much, Honorable Benson Katema, for the wonderful words. Yabari bigambo birungi, yebare kuba munywani murungi, yebare kuhereza ebyo mucyara nanabeka babe batakumanya kandi twenda kusima munonga. Honorable Benson oturikirize ni waryaha tindi kwisha kugira speech nemwe eyinagarukamo ayabi hamu yabikwata kandi atabikwata mukama mugirire imbabazi kubasa kwetegereza inshonga ejo kazara munkireze nyakire Monique Asimwe kandi ninza kumushaba ngo nuwayebembire siblings ninga bakuzarwa n'umugenzi kandi nkushabe ngo ngirire imbabazi urukazara we ni wori kugamba wenka kazindaro taruka hanasana urukagira amagara we yabari mnonga uryambuza 89 gatonyezo mushanju Rwenzori FM Eiraka radio abakuturikiriza twenda kubebaza munonga kandi mnyanyazi akazindaruka sanitized ninza kushabo yemerera kurunja abo burunji bwa kamera ejo kubasa kukwata kandi nano kubaho bagenzi bitu ababasa kubari bukumwa yemerera na nibigambo byanyu kwaza kubutereza urukazara we yebari.
Dear mourners, clergy, we welcome you all to this ground, and my name's, as mentioned, I'm Monica Simwe. My siblings, and just mention their names and then I proceed. Pena Kampire.
Amazina ni Kanyamba Robert, abinyo kumanyanga motor sahura kuruga Masiyoro Kitagwenda na Nyanza.
Joseph Nzasenga.
Agnes Balya.
Ngudo Thomas.
Nalongo Olivia Balya.
Ataire Arsi.
Abasenja Rose.
Thank you. I have known Jimmy as long as I can remember, around when he was around 5 to 6 years. By then, I think he suffered even with the eyes he had suffered for some time. We grew up together as friends, and he was such a loving, honest, kind, bearable, forgiving. Even the one you could think is unforgivable, Jimmy could forgive. He was a hardworking, clean, and punctual young man. After school, he operated a tour company at Sheraton Hotel, and thereafter he went to Japan, UK, and finally settled in US, where he later on was joined by his family and Akik. He had a number of projects, and for this time round, he came to purposely finish this project and furnish as well. And for this very time, he really loved this place so much. He sent most of the items from out, and he finally flew in on 9th February 2022. And he was meant to leave on Tuesday, 8th March 2022 at 7 a.m. for Boston back, but he left at 6:50 for the best place in heaven that very morning. This time he requested for a vehicle to carry his bigger items to furnish because he was really excited with the same completion. He traveled to this place after 4 days to complete everything. In 2 weeks, he returned for, of course, now he had furniture and the rest of the things he left behind under completion, but he complained when he returned after 2 weeks, and he had actually finished the way he wanted because he was a man of, he was a perfectionist. So this painting and the cameras and everything, all this, he wanted to do it himself. And he fortunately did, because the boss had refused to extend even more time, although he wanted to. So he returned to Kampala for the furniture. But he complained of stomach ache on arrival. He arrived at around 1, and he was complaining of stomach ache and headache. Then he later on said, I have to bathe and go and check on the furniture people so that I can be able to return tomorrow and return the furniture. Then he was left with a few days to come back to Kampala and get ready for going back. So he proceeded to meet Mr. Mubito to town. Now when he met Mr. Mubito, he had suggested to take a test. As he didn't feel well, he wanted to take a blood test and ascertain what could be bothering him. So after that, in the evening, he returned home, and he told me they had discovered ulcers. In the meantime, his birthday was falling within. So my children had planned a surprise birthday. It was that evening that it was held, a dinner and a cake. Now the next morning, he went and he was to meet again Mr. Mbito so that they could proceed with the treatment. And when he went, they put him on some IV of some drug I may not really easily explain now, but it was to do with ulcers. The next day, that day he had planned that Mr. Mubito drives him here because he was not feeling well. As he came from this, from this side, he came and he was proceeding for treatment. But since he wasn't feeling well, he requested to move here with Mr. Mubito. As they planned to proceed, and the next day he couldn't. Now they went again for treatment. They couldn't travel back that day. So the next day he told me that he was to spend that evening a night at Mr. Mbito since it was late and they had planned to travel very early the next day. Then when I called him, they traveled. I called him immediately after, and he told me the next morning that he had felt a bit of improvement, but that took, I think, about 3 hours when I called him later on in that day, and he told me he wasn't feeling well. Now on Sunday morning, Mr. Mubito calls me at around 6 and told me that he wasn't fine. And then, of course, we decided that he brings him back to Kampala for treatment. Mr. Mbito suggested to me a hospital at Entebbe Road. It's called Doctors Hospital. And he told me they were to arrive not really very far out from there. But in between, Aunt Bena told me, she suggested that if maybe you could use an ambulance, but later on Mr. Mbito told me he had taken a Liantonde route. So there we continued with Aunt Bena and waited for them at the hospital. Now where at the doctor's hospital, it was discovered that he had a kidney injury. He himself asked what caused it. He asked me actually. And before I could answer, he turned at the wall and he was disgusted by the results, I believed. Where we went to receive, but now the next day, the hospital told us that they could not handle kidney problems, so they referred us to Mulago. The next day, we had to proceed to Mulago. Fortunately, in Mulago, there were already communications made from at least doctors above, and when we reached there, we found when they were waiting for us. So there, he was attended to. But we reached when they, according to what they told us, the pressure had gone to 86 and they had to recover it before they proceed for the CT scan. So they struggled until the pressure was recovered and we proceeded to the CT scan. CT scan discovered at that time, they told us the lungs had some problems and they were to transfer us to the ICU for the better of the patient. So when we returned, we went to the ICU, they told us, they briefed us, we had a meeting, Mr. and Mrs. Sumsime Brenner's husband, me and me, and Mr. Mubito. So they told us, they took us through a few things and told us that they were to be holding meetings there and there, here and there, and then they were supposed to, some drugs were out of stock, so would buy from time to time accordingly. And they gave us a prescription to go and buy drugs, which Mr. Mbito went and brought. And there was some blood sample, but by then Aunt Bena tried, we tried to look for labs, which we could not find. They had closed, so we suggested it would be maybe taken the next day. Now, in the meantime, Aunt Bena left because he had some children to attend to, and then I remained with Mr. Muvito. As I remained there, he requested to go and he wanted to do something to rinse his mouth, because at that time now, he was having throat, he suffered, at the time he was brought, he had swollen eyes. The headache was so severe that even when they said the drug they were giving was taking 8 hours, before the 8 hours could elapse, the pain was on again. The throat had sores all from the mouth to all throughout the entire throat. So severe that you could even feed him using a spoon. You can imagine a quantity on a spoon causing a pain that could even make him hold me. You feed him like 4 spoons, but you would cry all those spoons, tears would flow, and then he holds me and I also start crying. Later on, when the speech, these sores, I think were developing every now and then, so fast that the tongue could even now not be lifted, even when he wanted to tell you something. And at that time, he told me the ears could not listen, you could not hear. He kept telling me, he would tell me, no. Even swallowing, especially swallowing. Now, I really got confused because now he had not fed, and yet they were administering drugs. So later on, in the ICU, they told us to get that blood test. There was a blood test. They told me that I had to get it tested. I told the doctor, it was around, I think, midnight. The doctor told me that it has to be tested tonight. So he helped me to call a lab attendant. And then the man came, they tested the blood. Unfortunately, the next day was report to get the results at 10. I did not get them because this happened at 6 a.m. So in the morning, in the meantime, when they left Mr. Mubito, we walked down the parking yard. I wanted to find where I could maybe like refresh myself and then I go back. In the meantime, my daughter called me, she's there. I told her I was here, and since he's in ICU, I cannot leave, but we are supposed to stay here on the floor. There are no wards, you just keep around the floor. So she said, "Doc, let me come and I take over, then you can come home." So she rushed and came to hospital, and she took over. She took over, and while there, of course, she also has what happened. But in brief, when it was coming to 3 a.m., the pressure went low. Now, this I'm telling you from the meeting, because when I arrived, when she called me that they were pressing his chest, I was on the way. Then the doctor told me that they needed a meeting. They wanted a meeting. Then I asked, but we had a meeting last night. Now again a meeting, and they're pressing the chest. So I went for the meeting. I was with her, with my son, and yeah, we were 3. So they told us at 3 a.m. the pressure had gone low, and he recovered, but towards 6 it went low again, and this time the heart stopped. So I thank God so much for his life. I thank so much God, because as a son of man, we may not know what could have happened within his visions, but I believe God talked to him. The way he was doing his things, he was so fast that he had that time and he was leaving. And remember, now he had that ticket. He was targeting to go back to Boston. But guess what? His father, who loved him so much, was instead, that is the ticket which I'm sure could have taken him to heaven. So I thank everyone who has stood with us. I thank so much people we've been with in Munyonyo. I thank so much Mr. Mobito, Uncle Pius, Mr. Mobito. At certain time during that day, I would each time cry. And he really gets me. He comforts me. He tells me it is not going to be so. So I really thank him so much. I also thank so much Mr. and Mrs. Kansime. I thank so much Mr. and Mrs. Mugabe. We stayed with them at the hospital up to very late. And the rest, I thank so much. There's a lady called Linda. We kept with her in hospital throughout. I also thank so much my daughter Carol, because she really sacrificed, and she liked so much. She prayed, and but because now the father loved him so much, she could not really leave him this time. Since he's a good person, he also needs good people. I thank so much the Boston families, particularly Flavia Kisitu, Ronnie Kavuma, and the entire group that came to Munyonyo. Some I may not remember you, but I thank God so much for everything you've done. And also, whoever I have forgotten, I thank you so much. Basically, and above all, we thank God for the life of Jimmy, really, because I was telling you that he was doing everything in time. Finishing the house, he was really in time. He rushed and finished everything. Even when he came to Kampala, he would tell you that I'm now going to meet. He came very fast. I'm going to meet a surveyor. He was coming to survey this place. So that the area land committee also members were to attend. Everything was done in time. Just know that there is nothing he has left hanging. Everything was done the way he wanted it. I thank you so much, and I pray for Johnny Massis. I all return home.
Thank you so much, Monique. Your sisters and brothers, basibo nabanyabo abaturukirize nimo baryaho tuyo mu cyuka cya speeches, and you are still tuning into 89.7 Rwera FM Eiraka Radio. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, you allow me invite Helen. You come over here. Ohereze speech kandi habu mshisha wawe base kurwa abakutureba ha Eiraka TV Uganda kandi nabakuturikiriza nangwa na nabaryaha. Venerable twenda kwebaza kandi 50 inshaba ngo nchirize twachire honorable member of parliament abo abacara ba Kitagwenda, honorable Nyakato Nzibonera kushaba ngo yimukeho bana baza kwata kazindara ako base kubura abantu orkazarawe all politicians twenda kubebaza munchirize twachire speech ya Helen.
I welcome you all, and I thank you so much for coming to send off my husband. Jimmy was my rock. He was my everything. He was my best friend. We did things together. Like I would talk to him about anything. He was there for me. He loved me so much. I'm so proud of all his hard work. This place was Jimmy's joy and pride. He told me, because we were planning on coming next summer with the kids, he told me, honey, when you go to the village, you're going to be so proud of me. Yesterday when I walked into the gate, I saw everything that Jimmy talked of. Everything he wanted in this house, he did it. Myself and the children will honor him and celebrate him for the rest of our lives. I want to thank Jimmy for being a good father, for being there for us, for giving us the most comfortable life. Everything we needed, we got it because he was so hardworking. I don't know what life is going to be without him. But I have to be strong to raise the kids. I know he'll always be our guardian angel watching over us. The kids are really shattered by his death. It's hard to talk about it with them, but I tried my level best to explain what happened. Chavi is 14 years now and he understands, but these other two, I don't know if they know what's really going on. I want to thank everyone who was there for Jimmy at his bedside in his last moments, each and every one of you. Thank you so much for being there for him. I also want to thank the Boston community for standing there for us and for loving Jimmy. Jimmy was somebody that everybody loved. We had just moved to Texas. He moved us to Houston and was going to come and join us this month. And in Texas too, they loved him. Thank you for standing with us in this trying moment and for loving Jimmy. And Brenda, lastly, I want to tell you, we've been close since I got to know Brenda, and nothing is going to change. And I'm sure Jimmy knows about it because he trusted me with his kids. Lastly, I want to thank Jimmy for being a good husband to me, for providing for me and for never letting me down. And I pray his soul rests in eternal peace. Thank you so much for coming to celebrate this, Jimmy's life and sending him off. Jimmy loved each and every one of you. He would tell me so much about his family. When we were planning our wedding, he told me, honey, I have like 400 people from my side. It was going to be a very big wedding, but it didn't come to pass. It's so sad that Jimmy had to leave us. But I promise that his legacy will live on through his kids. Thank you so much, Auntie Monica, Auntie Bena, for helping me in those last moments, and Jimmy's friend Mubito for being there for him too. Thank you all for coming today and for standing with us in this trying moment. And to my family too, for coming to my rescue. When I told them Jimmy was sick, they all went to see what was going on. I thank you so much, Mr. and Mrs. Mugabe, Sisi and your husband, and Reste too, and Hillary, and family. Thank you so much for always being with me in each and every moment. I pray this keeps me strong for the sake of the kids. I don't know how I'll do it, but I have to try. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Helen. Abaturukirize speech ejo mwachurukiriza ni mabakutureba kandi mabaryaha twenda kubebaza namunonga hariyabo abaryo bateganisibwa nkakashana. We are sorry konka nibyebyo muri kazaramwe munchirize kandi omukairaka twachire speech endijo kandi erikwisha kubemerwa munywanuwe mwame mubito niza kushaba ngo kazarawe yihangane oije ogire bwamba biwagamba kandi ndesemuwe mwiza kwinchiriza nisima munonga abantu bamahoro protections na nabandi banyabuzare abase kukore bimukozire byona kubasa kugira ngo mukorogu kwabasa kutambura kurungi kandi cha person LF3 abwechwekeji twenda kwebaza umwami buto yabanarija ndesemuwe munchirize turukogonize umwami Mugabe Robert abo kwija kubani yitwe urukazarawe yabari mnonga uturishirize kandi umwami bito tukushaba ngo ogire bugamba bwagamba yabari mnonga.
We wale MC abenzu ye kanisa abanyamuzali n'abanyamukago abeka y'umucyara wa Jimmy, friends, brothers and sisters. Nyowe nibanyita mu bito Patrick niza kugamba ibigambo konka muza kungumisirizaho kace abo kuba nkatambara na Jimmy kumara obwire burayingwa. Niza kubanza kubamanyisa uko ndamanyire Jimmy. Jimmy nkamanya 1971 obwo tukaturihima Jimmy akanatura na uncle we bajenja nyuna nyingutura na daddy na nomusigazo ndizo akabamba kafaho muri mirembe bakaba muta Nicholas Niko Mugume nako twabe turi abana babatagwenda around tukatuzana ichinkwizuka tukatu intechimo tukachukuru tuko twabe ntuzarira kongera habya Jimmy nyowe neizana rugayo 1977 nasigayo Jimmy naiza natanka kushoma Ntuntu Primary School. Jimmy kuna bendi yao I think akali nko P5 yiza yazabonena Primary School. Twagaruka omukwano gwitu na Jimmy akwakagurugire hali twagarukamo. Twaguma turi abanywana na Jimmy twiza twabgana Kampala njire kupakasa. Twaguma turi omukwano na Jimmy. Nkaba nkajya nafuna ikizibu cemirimo nyondi omombeki kandi nkayine nikora emirimo yo kombeka obwiro obwo kandi hakatebe ntine murumo jimaka nyadvising tumubito kwayi nozo omunzo kasibamu kandi nico kubasa gukora yaje join me nkajoininga Jimmy od Kampala twakora abakukimanya nabakimanya tukatene kitwine konka tuyina mani tuyina abanywani tukakora na Jimmy yansiga od Kampala Jimmy yaza Japan Jimmy kuyagire Japan yagarika yansanga Kampala Jimmy yaza London Jimmy kuyagire London nataka kumugambira ikintu cyo kombeka Jimmy no imbeka lyara kwanyo kana yombekiro bwirobo a London Jimmy no imbeka lyara atiza kuombeka Jimmy kuyagire London before kuruga London Jimmy akanteresimu ati nyine enzo y'inkombeka kawempe ninkushaba supervising renzo ejo namjante Jimmy hati nyoka nabyo kuombeka kana birugiremu kandi yo business ndizo ati yuko ikora supervision najantoke niza kwa abana banje abantu ninkora nabo mu construction ngome nimbarebera bakore ikiriyo Jimmy mukamuha abana abo abombeki banje bana binkora mu construction bayombeka enzu kawempe haba bentatura obwaka London kuyamazire Jimmy yagaruka inzu ye gishangaho kanji kozere finishing Jimmy yaguma mu nzu yeye Jimmy yanja tumbita tunumanya kandi ya office akize nakatabo nirebi yanyeti kubimanya bikuza hiru mbuntanije kubimanya atakatabo no kaleba ntinenji atonoleba visa ya America ntwawo ntichi nyitaba atwahura atunyona za mu America ntikari Jimmy ya za America Jimmy kuyagira mu America Jimmy twasugara no mukwano hatwonkanyo nagumiza meshintu cyo kombeka omuka kuna bendi yawo Jimmy yiza tumaziro bwine tuganire kandi Jimmy akantera surprise kuyabire abanaza kwiza akabanza konteresimu after nka one day ambuza tolinkashi akachinkore mirundi mingi munonga omwe kuyabantera ali mu America ngambira madam ntatu bujime naza kwiza ntombire bibi noza kure Jimmy yaho koka kante surprise anteresimu tiangama munaiza the following ndandi bibiri ole bajima so ogwo no Jimmy now sigara hamara mwana Jimmy isobwira yiza anyeta atmaninza kugura manyita nta tini gara heka yashwe nkuri yawe attention ati yashwe nkuri yawe ngatera mugisha brother wa Jimmy tinguma mugisha kora holi yeiza nagamba na Jimmy yankiriza twazumuka nkaine plani nakora modification mu plan ejo ni yenzo je mukureba Jimmy namujantara abana bari muka nyo tinkuza kubasa
kuba Kampala kandi gakanka gombekere enzu ninza kusindikira abana abo bakore enzu ekinkuza kuyamba ninza kusupervising enzu yawe free. Jime nkomusheza munywani wanje akaba ansindikira sente z'amafuta inchi munyatinzo umucyaro mubyanje ati nakusindikira sente asimu yawe nakora umurimo gwa Jime nuko gumukureba. Jime yampa rates zo kuhindura kinkwenda cyona arobone izankatere kiyungu eco nkakikora modification yanchiriza. So ito umukwano gwa Jime gwegura special. So hati Jime twasiga ntukore enzu niyo mukurebejo Jime kwahiza aiza koiza ngani nchimanya anteresimu atimbito atingne kwenda kupurchasing mu town ashikaha 1 week tugure bintu bimwe mwarebo mu nzomo ebimwe tukora orders agena na depositing na nebindi Jime aiza kuno tendezere nawe amara 2 weeks Jime ninji ati ninza kishoro mba madamu ntoke ati nza kwiza on Sunday. Jime kuna bendi yawantero mukasheshe kamandi ati neiza atukonka tinkwihura kurungi ngamba Jime tukonka kizibu cyawe tokuhumuraho ntato ize tuhumwire ekizibu cyawe Jime no gukora munonga akangaruka meje ati mbitante kurire no yende no harankori ogo no Jime abari umukozi amara weeks kunu yes kaiza Kampala mugamba kandi kumwireho Jime on Tuesday antera atininza kusasura ibintu bina twasi twa depositing antoke ntukonka banzo humuri wakantera mukashesha ati nkiryo mu kitanda very good rwakashatu kuna benahika kulokutawo nyoni ndarantebe road antera atati naza kulodinga ebintu bitwaguziri nteyati ntukonko beno complaining ngo tokwehura kurunji hatu wano banzo ize tugenda a lab bakutestinga niyo mfuteka tigantu mwana tekaiza kurwara na covid atoke atenza kushangaho gukora Jime agenda kulodinga ebintu bye mutere Jime kota kwiza atumanya ba motoka banditira ka motoka kachi atkani ngenda box boarding ebintu byanye nyira bigendeje no Jime abe nayekunda Jime abe naende ebintu bye straight Jime takwenda kumubuzabuza Jime alodinga ebintu ngareka mutire Jime uriyehi obo tukatkoza appointment wa kashatoru ntuza kwiza hamwe nkeza nakabaga kanye namwe Jime yunza kwiza ready kusibanzi bashamwe na cheka Jime iza Jime kwiza ayikankora akayino musigazi yawayiringire njenzo yo y'amashanyarazi aruga steering umusigazi asitamira harubazu ndiba Jime yayitora motoka yaza umuntebe yenyuma ati Jime atkonkana tugenda nti number 1 to let number 2 to reach nkakwata Jime navuga motoka nazaha bakweta Lancet abakumanya Kampala kumanya Lancet numanya ngu ni lab ezo tukwese go mu Kampala nando mu Uganda natwara Jime ha Lancet akambuza Lancet ire ndirya niya nakasera kwa ninkora around nakasero nakwatwa Jime namutwara Lancet ya akana agamba je atay okay nashasha bato atakwerarikiriza Jime yagambira aba twasangira ha reception yabagambe ki uko yabaye ndayihurura baje ngo tukore test neje ati it's okay Jime cha test yarebe tarakozirwe ekabere ya stool akagenda kufuna sample ya stool Jime yarema kufuna sample konka Jime no leba nainda ngo twize nakana za kumitinga omusurveyor konka no lemwe we nainda gukora tekwa garukayo ati ngenyera ngaruka shande at then on Wednesday ni flight ninza kutura konka munkirize ngambari Jime so katuba tuli twa obonyino musigazi ogowa ibena wiringa bamweta Emma kora we Emma waze obatoze bobo woli wanimirire ko nobira kwa abantu engalo Emma abiranga mwe kwiza konka njatiza hati katuba twasita mu motoka atkonka na hura stourne basa ku test ni basa kurugaye yagaruka nkai yashikayo yagaraka yanshango mu motoka atimbita tugende atibinda ya testinga nagaruka hati angaraka angira ati monika nyenda correctinga mukachi ubu Wednesday nkanyine Jime angira tatu mbitono machi wazakora nta turaro wawe akasheshe tukiri Jimmy takuplaninga no kuzumwirwaro aho kuba aine target ati ngamujya nti atkando ko mwana nkujyana nawe ntinararaye akangira ati narara gayaza nti no tugene nawe na womuka musigaze tuvugana na Emma tuvuga motoka connecting express ati express kabagikozere kuri ntinchecho ntinore katene jam ati yes tika kajans usanga ho jam kamba ko rugudo nyine shortcuts zanje ngenda ariho clinic iba imbeta iba kweta the clinic eri omukakona wanoza wa Murindwa St Mary's ndatugende tuteye samples ezo batugambire treatment tugenda Emma kasigara reception ntahana nanka no mu kishenje agumza makara kasenja kandi azo wa doctor agamba nawe kurungi kwaza kwizajya tunomanya atwaje ngukore test ndizo ntuke jima mutomu ruma kwa kwira blood bakora test results zaje kwiza bajangwa inarsas atkonka nyowe arsazi kambente inarsas at maybe ninkora munongo muninyewe no kurya ndinyole njyanole chingwa ningambera jime batreatinga ulcers na infection ibagambire kuri yo omola alancet bamu wiringa bamutaho drips bamutahe mbazi katwa twaza kurugayo ngwa wine mbazi guno tukuza kufutaho njikajya nawo mukashenje naguma tuganira bakumutaka drip ko mbazi tuguma tuganira ibyo tujimari okay atwati improving so after tushora atayimo okay now tuvuga tuzumuka wanje ndara na Jimmy na Emma twashire yo ntati Emma noza kurara Jimmy noza kurara turiya sapa yitu konka tutakashire owanje njati iroko tware Emma omureke shitukora tune bintu bitu tukora na Jimmy tushikaho mureka gamba Emma ati Emma niyo kuza kore umurumo nogwa it's okay so tukarakataho umuchikomere cyanje katumara kushitahamu ayireka Emma ati Emma musajjo balaba bakolada amweturuze enzu yanje ati ku pano ziri otereko mu bito panemu ku nyumba ye ntuwe bale munonga tutaho munzu madama katebekanisa cyakiro turya akwa tukantwenda kukira turagiye no kuganira jimaze umusenje emaze umusenje cyeye nte rijime ntuza kusimbura saha 11 ati tsoke nke mukasa 11 kanyo nazo umutsencha jime itsencha jime tariyo hita kandi wanje ariyo hita namuhira mizo wanje nagatwara umukisenge cyeye jime yanantore irota ati njoke atukonka mbimpure nyenda kunyomunonga atazanyeberwe abaruho juice ndita nzo mu fridge nyayo juice njimutera umukisenge umujantati banzo nabi nyonaje kuza kuruga ko naba jime nkasanga yamazire ko naba ariyo nanywa juice asitamere na madamu ngama madamu hatu nomanya tushabe ito tugende konyo nimbanyi no bwira na nizo mu cyaro nanye mbazire temi yanje nkwenda gutamburaho tusaba tumara kusaba tuzo motoka na Emma na Jime tuvuga tushiko muhanda Jime nakunda ibara agure ibara bya fruits manyabyahi asirire miyembe nyonganta kama ngujime ine sukari ngeza nakimanyira nza kubagamba ho nakimanyire so tuiza tukaryanto tukamashaka turugamu tukashanga breakfast takabire ready ariyo total ahwaro azaho sanga breakfast ready tuvuga tuzaryantonde abakumari yantonde arahakanyako tuzaho turya breakfast Jime kuba leta nsaba akatogo ka greens nko yasabiri kuba akaresere bati Jimata atwampa mugati Emma no yarira katogo ka Jimmy tunywa chai Jimmy akanywa chikopo kimwe cha chai akafraska akakari mu chai ntinyo Jimmy nyono no manje munywa chai mkwata fraska ya Jimmy na yonjinywa chai tuvuga tuyizibanda urundu wakana bako batukaru wakashatu mu meetinga tukararwanje urundu wakana tukibanda apachesinge bintu byena Emma ibyamashanyarazi azombanka ahiyo senteze tuiza tukasanga umusya tekiri tulya lunch akatakaho dakika nche omusha wa surveyor mutira akapakinga double cabin atobana ati mpura kuba atobana haruha nyantajime no manya deko mwana je abana bagene bamurambuza itaka kazima points kwa waziteyiremo hati yo humuraho jime kuni mugamba kumura ndeba nazora boots ntuwaye jime namba ino kwakwenda gukora ibintu bye so twamaze kurya lunch nyonka na nyine seito kwinkombeka nyantati jime naza kanza seito wanje ataza na nyendo ntwariyo tawanzo kora ibyo gukora za seiti ndugayo tukumana jime so turwebaza yoro turwakana nkanyenda kuza anko power cardio function interesi mu tubakizire tubyama katazaza kuyama ndima tukonga tinkwehura kuruya tumfatigi atobana urugendo ntera abana hariya bene clinic mbageta botanical clinic kabuzogera beiza akonyonka imangu jimena ine pressure bapima pressure temperature pressure basa nyoti nduri timwazo wa pressure bamugambira jima ko ngo yabiri nabi nimanya bamugambira nde yimusi mutu ateuka toke abana bagenda akali mwana omwe by the way agenda akasheshe ni Friday tuyimuka ntakabyamire mpura nanye nacweka cweka ntijime no manya ntinishasha atimira panado yanjyaho ndiyo mu kisenge cye atimira panado njanteze panado ntimire bubira ntumira kamwe jime wawe ampa panado njimira nzo mu kisenge cyanje mbyama na jime abyama konkora ujyo rwanje tindukinga tuzo mu kisenge tubyama omukasheshe atindiji ntkonga tinkwe hurira kurunji nza botanic clinic banyaho blood basanga ni positive omuswiza ba treating ngarukanye kanura amungaro atkanneje ntuma banshangamo omuswiza atananye nandwira omuswiza ntakani ko kustebira lanceti tukubasa ko omuswiza ndatabanzo okoseje mbazi batwire koraje mare za kuba nturebe kurabi orundo waka tano dwa mukaga jimore irota atkonka ni impura tindije omwisanja tinaim anko mubitu mwani genze jimata ati ntekwa kusasura abakozi banje sande atumusinga singa kumarire emirumo yanje kapenta ati nkubasa kugenda abanzize yamarumu rumugwanje mbashashure tugenda asande atkani mu bitatu no gushasha nyonka ni kumudropinga nkagenda atugumira kimwa ubanze bamara yo treatment yawe nico nakozeriri kwa jima bari mugenzo kwabe nagambe kintu menta kukigarukamo hati that is Saturday nza ka function ka kazi wanje kuna bindiyo jima antera kwa kazi kanagambira Grace ogo mukozi myanti jime korale yabakubi ontera atkunza kureba ndi besimu ya jimi kunde besimu ya jimi nyuma nyangu yashasha ntijime washasha ati you enjoy atkwata sento nchiro musinga ali ibanda ari stranded kwata sente nsintiro musinga kumara tindatwiriyo muka function ako nyiza nsanga jima abyamira nsanga amadisa gihigwiri mbuzo mwisi nenji amadisa kamwe mutaga cinja wabade we bugumu atabade mu diro nzo mu kisenge nzijime nenji tinkwehura kurunje ntero mwana on Friday morning nkale namire mbazi nsanga namira mu metformin kandi nanyine yo mbazi kunkozesa jima ukarwara sukari tabakanta mbazi nicyo kigambe kiyangambiri icyo tunagenda munango mujyana hato okendeze juices zo kunywa ko ninde no munonga juice ore juices ezitene sukari nyingi akano nanye ndiyo mu rwazi wa sukari so jime wawe Saturday night sanga tarije ndati jime no machi twaza kora parking akasheshe nginda tuchire tuze Kampala atinzo ku parking mukasheshe kandi jime ino kwa kole ibintu bye ntijime tu parking atupana ati yimuko mukasheshe tu parking nco nakozire mbyama kasheshe nyimuka kureba jime tu parking emina kunza kushika tuntu no atkonka ati impura ndi ngazimbire ati to kureba ngo nzimbe ntwa wazimba hamisho kinakozire ngamba no manya ngamba Grace cyangwa tu parking ngo iza jime aine myendeye
ine myendo ye kandi ino kwa kugenda yakugera ico tachipakinga to kusaka chipakinga ico chipakinga ico tachipakinga hati ndebo biro twantuzanira mwaho ngamajime lukiya tugende turyagarika ko rukira tutware imyenda yawe eyo kwenda ucuzinga imyenda yo kwenda hata ho ntamukamfose ntira brother wumva mweta danora yemerera abantu bakurebi ntira dan mjantu numare dan banzo izi kwate ibikwangwa byona nintwaraje mu mirwaro dana iza before that ngamtera madam tunomanya madam ninyenda tushabire umuhanda ogu tushabe turi gutwareta jimi dana kayahika wati before dan ngambiro mwishintu tunomanya tekera akamere ka bwango temu ka cabbage ekitoke jime akiriye amiro mbazi obukubaga hari nyuma kake kwaizo on Saturday namaze kumanya ngo yine sukari ntira abana bayiza bampima sukari mbuza jime wali yasazinga atinkisha tunecweka mwari yakitana rya kahunga ndeba sukari levels zizabiri ziri nsanga izaya ziri higuru kuja ngo nayindi murwazi wa sukari njanti maybe nakahunga kawalya sikazi 16 hati ningambo mwana walabu mja akasheshe kera opimo jime ntakagenzeri komana cyo yakozere asanga zagaruka hansi zaba 13 so hati manyangu ubuze kushuma kana wits not good kushuma mu rundu gumwe niza kutwara hata ibyo kuriya biri kwaza kubirya dana kayizire nageza kubimugaburira jime ibyo kurya abitanaka hati intera doctor wanje akunkoraho mugambera situation yitwa biturumu ajya please mbito mu rwayirogo murete Kampala hati ngamba mubuza ntati mugambera sugar levels kuzabeziri ndi muho mubazigwe akajya tipana atatine kiyarya utamuho mubazi akinkwa dana kayizire tushaba Teresu madam tushaba kutotanaka kuba twatakatanje kushaba jimatandika kurra anjira na dana kabaro anja tumbito nafiri atonzike hari tadanaro mujatu no reka tokuza kufa ntajime cyo kintu kingambire hawa hemi yaka eshatu ongambe korba wafire even na fence tukata kagitiro atoryanzika hari mujatu no reka tushabe hatutaka kushaba ndisi mu gitalaudi tushaba na madam tushaba na dan tushaba kutumara kushaba mpura jime yagati thank you akatakirira jimari okay kwata dan obo mukasheshe kangaro agare nyuma kace jime nyina munabise ati impura kankwemera ati impura akazenjera jime okuri nyo tinku majimi tukazo mu cyamino ni munabisa ayo nayo nabisa amaguru kandi kaniza kunabisa ta ayino kwa kwende bintu byi to kumuzabiriza abakumanya jime no mumanya so kwata dani zo motoka nkaba ningamba n'aba sister be tutandika motoka tuvuga motoka jime taragiza twantira umukina ni shasha jimo biro bwinja kayinoturu tukibana mu to baturabe mbara in case of anything atu no aturabe nkashi ryantone obanje turazi kurantwara umwirwaro atarato akoze isen zitu nti atobe arho ya hospital nabageta family doctor hospital bajita doctor hospital doctors hospital sebuku so mjantata ntatu wa jangu kutwaraho ntune kashoto katikino kamanya ndine dachika kwata motoka komba naikali antonde iba benantir bakamba organizing aningira ambulance ntinyonde ntindi lyantonde nti tuize katukamasha twina twayeme kutukamashaka ngari nyinda kushesha nyimera nshesha jima mukwata astamante be ashesha konkande bayoni ya jime ketarnonji mvuga abantu abanateriye Kampala ntumunsanga ayirwaro nere bakamba mangu tinka bayire ngabatera nyo nakira ngamba abana anti emergency jima bamukoraho ko baba bagambire batuhama ku rugatari marungi konka cyane sasize munonga ba doctors mutusasire emitima yitu tekushana de yabandi to kubasa kureta rizatsoka zigambira umuntu oti otorye kinandeki no bazogire family members abo bagambira kito chukankora kubi ba doctors ekintu ekikubrani mukikora mutyo please nyoti doctor konka ekintu nkafuna challenge yamani to kubasa kuyizana rizatsi otiwe otibakidini yakoreti what are you talking about? So please ba doctors muza kunsasira konka kanchi gambi so to organizing aba bena bakabakireho ibabena kayakireho Moses no mucyara we abantu ba asedi yo mucyara wa Jime bakabakireho tukatura group gunarita amajazaga gunarita ati before that ntera Dr. Rose byanyuma mujanti obo bikangutine ngo ine covid icyo kintu cyo cyangiza umuntu nakeberwa kashatu maybe hata kaiza doctor ndizo ori yarugiraho wihangwe mugira ntukonka ntegiteri face ya Jimmy hata hinuka mureba ndeba yimusya miso amunyige bigere ndeba yari ba doctor mugenzwe bamuyaho sample hati ntera Dr. Rose mugamede hostore unko mwana unko kwari Jimmy akanja tegiteri covid ati ndwariza abantu ba covid it's not covid ubwo mushano hize nali tarizatsi ezukushaza cyo so twaorganizing Jimmy agatera Dr. Rose byanyimariza tsezarugamu akanconnecting na ba specialist mulago nkatwara Jima Karara wa Monica nkachera kasese umuhanda mukasheshe danantira atunga Jime katarije ntanakushiri mpikaho Jime nsanga Monica ari nageza kumugaburira kuriya echo madama kaje yarete katuzi katayishitoche yari yako chikonka kana shasha munonga so nsanga Monica hatukumire Jime ndeba Jime next yakubi hati ntera Dr. Bampere wa Marago ntindi munyonyo ntomurore wanje konka ni breathing nindeba yashindukaho atwe yayu nti munyonyo ati yugo kirudu ampanesimu ya Dr. Ndakiri bakabana bakigaburira nyoni nashohoro bwati Monica ari nagaburira Jime muyayo Jime kontere simu ibangambire bansindikiraho esimutereho nyanto no nyine Dr. Lilian my cousin sister muto witu mutera ntinyine kizibe kineki nyuma yo kana ukara kirudu ntintandikire atereka kwesimu atugo Dr. Taruho atakaza ari out of country atiwe patumuro muto mutoka iwaza kwikakirudu nyonza kuba na connecting cyo twakozire twiruka tuzakirudu tikakirudu nka edachinka kemwibiri Dr. Kayampikiri imbagambira amazima amaroro ga government ni mugarebera umwe mutwere magetegereza konkane gagezaho bakakwata Jime left and right nibanyige bigere nibakora ki bamuwayiringire bamutaho oxygen hati manyango nakora ki nakimara ombazo ko bahandika nan test ibaye bakora tukatujikora umutemu Pius Mutahigwa akayampikiri aromana ndizo nakora bano Christopher mwita mahanje urinka mahanje hoyayo arika mahanje bahubira abantu mahanje yampikire abanyabuzare bo mucyara batwikire ba bena baruho tukakora ishitwa bintu basa ba Dr. bakora kibaye mbabasa nyo manyango hati twayikome kono burungi kan comparing na bali ndi banta umuntu muco tukufera bakora hari yabagambe bamukoraho pressure area hansi bici kuza kumwebazo pressure stabilizing bakebera ngutarimo kutayine covid hati nyebuza ntekene injiranga wanje okay njante cyo nicurungi bakebera ibintu byona bwabiri okay test zone tuzukora shanka mwenda ne treka muza kumutwara mu ICU ndera my cousin doctor atataho nibaza kumonitoringa recovering very fast nte ati batweta meeting kwa nahuriye meeting ngamba kiki okay tukinde batugambe meeting batugambire bikaba bitari birunje nabyo bamutoma ICU babena bakaba baruho I think Moses ne yokiza no mucyara wawe abantu bamucyara Jimmy tukatuna bo munonga mwebare munonga mwebare nyo mwebare dara abantu bamucyara wa Jimmy banangi ndi musanyufu kubanga matubereraho so Jimmy bamutwara nsigaraho na Monica abantu bagenda mbasabeki mbasabakiri buri kimwe cyona ntisi mutayimo hatwombanje mu corridor ICU eri nko tokugumayo ari corridor hakatebe kumba nstamire mpura ya kangoba yakora noise intakwetegeza hata mu ICU yakarimu bitane kabishaje mwe kabira habantu hati nsindu ko rwigi ntahamusanga Monica mbabuza ntenenye mbuza doctor ati yana ihindura konga Jimmy nandeba ari ha machine nandeba namanya nageza nko kwenda gamba nanye tinkubasa kugira ntagambe nanya kuba ariyo mbyoma naho akwikiza hati ngamba Monica obu nkasiba ni nyuruka horeteje mahanjo kanyamba munongo kambereraho mahanja kese no kungira ati mbito hatikanje ndugombaza imbe nagureta arona mu isicyo ndizo akajite anko mbito kota kunywa maize tindalire cyamusha nizoberyo nuwe yangurire cupa ya maize nayo nkaza kujinywe kanga hati nka Monica no manya hato butwa mukwasa basaho kwiko mukasheshe nza kufuna results nunji hati kanje ndibyameho ncire mjanta nangwa mbasa kwiza nkashayi namaze mpumureho Monica agenda ansinikira message ato mwana no yaza kurarayo ati yajya ngo mpumureho kabaza abankasahe mwe hona zikaza kiremwe ndebe isimu kagiterwa mutabana na umusimi utumusimi kagamba nawe nyuni ngiza kujya ngo nambuza Jimmy alinka hari follow atari kiri yakintimbu cyetegeza ntenenje ati Jimmy ati ndemba munyiga ati nimbabuza twakunga atomwana ariyo nara oh god kamba ikineje ati edachika chimunonga nankantira munyanya Jimmy ati burembaza kuteja ati ngomanye kiruho akaba naruga heti esumi ya Dr. Netahamu ati mutuyambe mutugire ko umwana uyu tuyinzo kufuna ubuzibo burara tata umwana wa Monica nkantine simuye hati ntira Monica ntaka muteye Monica mujanti mburira amaze makikekiri uwo Jimmy afude ati Jimmy yafu oh no kapachitich karada mchala wa DR hati tatu hakuza kuyamba mchezui ngabati yao katema ntira miranga bensono kantira nkata kwetegereza nico benongambira ntoko wabura nibyebyo songa Monica bisitronga Jimmy yafa konka kasanga nawe kanara niza kumutera simu sanga nara nyamuka ndi murazo wa sukali mbatebe kanisa katogo nkariya mirombazi nzo motoka Monica kasanga yakireho na nabantu abandi so mpika yongera look here tine kukora posmote mo Jimmy nkwata nkasanga abafino service babetori ntine kimwe ubusungu buna benyine ntine ki ntumwenda ki angu itwe manyo ki mbajantu yupibo nimba manya ndabakozisi konka mbanze mwetwari nza umuchare ndeba Jimmy njantineci ndeba Jimmy akumanya Jimmy akari okanoshuta agwiza jiri are fresh to decidinga kwita babantu baruho mujantu mwize murebe Jimmy bahingura umucare nganaterere bakazi banje bani mu bampitire nka aruho kazi wanje mu mweta yiruba Julius akari munywano wa Jimmy yamfaho akayampishire ogwakataha kasiba mu stand byamire kwatabode agamba abana ba funeral service batamubode mu motoka akiki akasita mu motoka ya funeral service na numutabani nyo mustamo mu motoka mutamu nzamu na iba Brenda na no mwana wa nyina Jimmy kari umasike ntichi mwizuka atinyo kararo wawe ne Jimmy ndananta kumanyiri tuzo mu motoka ntera Dr. Rose byanyuma mujanti mnyamba anje tiroko rebe Dr. Karungi hata aba funeral service kwa bamutwire ariho kanankane ka KCCA no tahabansindika ntegera Dr. Karungi ambuza abana Dr. Karungi mu manye nkwenda tugenda bataha amoshari haruguru bore tujana ingova ngamba jana ingova umuntu atinati tuzo mu office ye ngo kutwabire turi atugira ntuza kuba 2 hours akiki akabata kubitegira azasimu nagira hati mujyana twasa kuguma for 2 hours abantu bazo wawe tuze kuorganizing payasi nkana muterire meetinga wakiki moneka no twatandikire urugendo rwa Jime namara kufa Jime yahumura atyo inyira kubore ko mukwano gumbe nyine na Jime kwabi tubentuiza hamwe turaro wanje nyobu mujimi namara nko kwezaha mutunyona zagarika Kampala musigire cyumuzo cyenzu yanje Jime abe naruga rwa bugingo aize sibana supervising abakozi be so ubwo no Jime na ko tube turi nho turugire haturuje ntuhamanya abe nanga mbere byakwenda ubwo no Jime ni nsima abantu mwena abatuberireho umukushasha kwa Jime umukutwara kwa Jime mwebale munonga hanga amahicumuro icurungi ningira nibyebyo abo bwire nankine bingi kandi kiraho ngo urugendo rwanjye na Jime konkanye no bushashi wingi Jime family yanje naferwa munonga watu wache brother wache oh my god Jime mundiko kachi Jime abinantere esimu saa 3 n'icyokaze kiro ndema no kureba amahura agataye nemfufu ndi yasimu na Jime tugamba yayose izuba rumwe eri kabiri nantere esimu hati ahecha cyanyeba munshasiri ninshaba mucyara wa Jime no mwana wa Jime n'abantu ba Jime nyira tubere bamu nina ebintu bya Jime byemanyi byendi very sure ninkugama kintu cya Jime kiribwe kinebwe kiti tumubakone cyo kutya cyona naye cyenjagara bwetumara meeting bwetumara okuwerekera Jime abanyabuzari ba Jime mustami nyowe nchuruho tena baje ngo ni papa niza gukora no na side area mboleke ibintu bya Jime ebinkumanya kandi nkoreke nti Jime kintu cyeneki mukore komiti muize Kampala mboleke ibintu bya Jime konko kugamba kwanje please oba mugira ngo tukora rya meeting niza kuguma oba mugira ngo hati ogunogu tugende nawe Kampala otoke bya Jime ndrede ibintu bya Jime nibimanyaje niza kubagamba nteki neki mwebale munonga tukundeje gumeho Jime ari umwana wabe nashashura akushuma obusahu niza kugezaho ikintu kubasa Dan ogomana yanaza ishomero gumunteresi ndebe akankubasha ndebe ngo nakora ki nakasharinga neyimo mwebare munonga
yebare munonga oturikirize ni waryaha twenda kwibaza umwamu bito mukazaramwe umuterengaro zamani mu bito mwebare ubona ngo bunywani kuberaho mugenzi wawe umuringo ngwogo yenda kusima munonga yebare munonga niza kushaba ngo nandi kuza kwakira umugambo ndijo no shot katemana ona yenda kore kuongeraho Dr. Sente za kushomera bakumpera kazi just a minute then tubase gumuzamo Benson
nanyo kongera cyambito Jime hinde bintu byangambiri omuri ebyo hariho abantu abakubanza kandi neza kubabanza ninzimanya so akajya ngo sente zona muzirete muziho mukazi we ayina abana bokora mwagira muti obujurizi bwona tubwine
yebare umwami Benson Katema njawu yashigamba kurungi kandi nkirebuka nava kubanza abandi turyaha muri kazaramwe mutakarikira hanuya kasentako turuho Benson umwami bitu nanabeka mutugirire mbabazi abana bashira bato kandi kumwakwenda kureta mu bundi kintu na kiriya tubasa kubirukaho kandi muza kwimukira busha mwe bari mnonga munkereze kandi niza kushabangu abagamba abandi na mnonga banyina rumi mu kwetekateka kwije bigambo byagambwa kandi bya very detailed niza kushabangu abagamba abandi na mnonga bunywano banje muhenda speech niyo kuza kujebembera njirire mbabazi uyishogire bigambo biwagamba hamwe na n'umwami kazungu umwarimwe abenwe yagamba dere tubase okwijana ntendera mwana wanje venerable speech tuyonto irira kuzihendera kazara wongerere mbabazi tubase kwika kuzitera hishumi mwe n'umwami muhenda umbigambo bye bigufu naje kustwara kurungi program ejo ya speech bari munonga tata
waitu sabadikoni anyakwebe mbiro mukorogo ngo kusendekereza mugenzi waitu mutabana waitu aba byobulemi byobona hamwe n'obukama bwa toro n'enganda zone ziri hano mukama bamanyire bitinisa byanyu nywena ngo kumwizira hano tinkujja kubisobora nyowe nabanyeta muhendere neo kajungu adieri poto betu nyamerire hano habwa mugenzi wange na bagenzi bange bano Paul Vienkya arali imkiza abantu bano mukono bakorole oheho nakasapeho bakwetegereza kurungi na mutabani wawe Jime abaire nakusana nyowe bano bagenzi bange runo urubazo rutugenda kubaza rwabanyi na rumejeme kubanza kwa byona ninganyira ekenu abo Uganda abekenu nutuganyira omukyara wa Jime n'abana be n'abantu bona bakwasirweho okaikuru mugenzi wange akiki habo kuferwa mwana wawe kintu kyobusasi muno baitu ntukukwasa mukama eja kugumya obunyizirege hano bagenzi bange Paul yagamba tarukusobora kwemerera kandi na bagenzi bange bano twikiraniza ngo ninyondo kwijja kuhayo rubazo omukaikuru akiki mwana wo mugurusi omugenzi Joseph Mary Kamarampaka amoti ayahumwire myaka yenyuma ha no mukaikuru akiki ngunu mucheke muno nawo musoko murora Jima asigiraho na nyine nkuru bayimukizo mukono bakurora mukaikuru twino obusasi bwingi muno tetwine bugambo byo kubaza omuntu obworo kuferwa omwana kandi hati obazeki ebyajime nibyegambira itu hasaidi yabanyi na rumi abaira ari mwana murungi muno ebyo tusoko bugamba kandi mazima ninkimanya rutoro nimuruhurira abantu bakuno kyo busasi uko muno kandi ninganyira n'abantu ba hano mu Rwera Ito obutuliyo nkaba kwasirwe abanyabuzare ba Jime nenyo mufwerirwe kandi mufwerirwe muno. Ono muntu hano hakyara abera nka investor. Ninkimanya maka maingi gabaire ngagobamu habintu ebyabere nakora bino. Kandi abere neija no kubegesa n'ebintu ebingi bindi muno mbere abere nakoruko. Habukuwa narura ebintu bingi abe naje kubaletera hano mufwerirwe hano Uganda efwerirwe kandi nimpura abere na dual citizenship abere na citizen wa America nabafwerirwe. Sasa muno tutuina kyo kugamba omwana onu ebigambo bintu kubaza bino Paul nwabingambire akaba naitwa muno bunyinarumi mainilo ya mazeresini ya 4 akaba ari musaija mukozi muno obu ya mazeresini ya 4 yatalibanizibwamwe bya sente nko kubagenzi babandi babene babaza munywani woli akagenda mwa muka mwa nyinarumi bakora hamu yamwereke byakaba nakora bakwataniza bakora hamu atarekeraho abana bahati abandi bokurura sente bagama nyoma ziri batiyagama nangu ningaruka kusoma bakwataniza arali webale yamuserure kikaro Nyakasura yagaruka kusoma A-level yasoma ya mara yarabaho yagenda Kampala kusoma course Caltech Academy yasoma ya mara emirimo yaremu yatandika gukora mpora emirimo yaremu kuzuka yatandika gukora business mpora ibintu bugenda kurunga imbuhirira handi babaliza yoga mbere yagire yagenda handi yamalirira mu US baitu nkabanye na Rumi abere natugonza muno abere na ikara naija na checkinga abantu banu omubwire buno bwonyine mbere bintu bene bigenda kusemera mukama nhamtwalire baitu ntugumyeka yona no Uganda omukyara wa Jime abana ninkimanya esagama ya Jime abana barumu nainyu muri bana bakozi numwija kukora kandi mukama naija kubakuza enfuze zisigaire numwija kukura mukama aroho kandi numurugwamu omugaso numugarahe kirale kya Jime nsima muno abantu abarbatayine bagenzi be nabanywani be ombwire bwo kumalirira buno obwire buno nhororo muntu wawe ntubasima kurbatana kurora mwasobora kugarura ubumezi bwe kyonka mukama wakaba planningire kundi tikisobokere kandi nitusaba abana bomugenzi mwikale numutumanya mwikale numwija mashyoro kandi naito nturo tuija kukwataniza nainyu amageza garabana getagisa tuija kugabaha abantu bakyaro abojo banubona mban nyonyi karaharaho baitu nubaija nabo kwikarana babakonyera tutuine bugambo bingi ntugumya mugenzi waitu akiki mukama akugumye entekanize no habokuwa nwagibairemu naija kukulinda ogume habokuwa bingi byora biremu nisima abana urubazuru abana mpulire bakugumiza kimu akiki ogume mukama naija kukora entekanize endi tutuine bugambo bingi nsima abantu bona bakozira omukoro guno kutekaniza naki kurora twasendekereza omwana waitu kurungi Jime mukama muheke humure kitahwaho ahumure mbusinge naito ntuija kumusangayo mwebale muno kutuliriza
Rwenzori FM Eiraka Radio aturekerize ntwenda kwebaza abakutureba Eiraka TV Uganda imabarya hamurakazaramwe ntwenda kwebaza munonga venerable noisha kunchereza rukazarawe ni ndio ninyirira hi no kwendra speeches ezi bitu nchereze iwaryaha twina bahandiki kandi umwami mugisha amwe na Teresi mbashabe bemerere ahibari in case you have come up with a contribution, ladies and gentlemen, you can register up there kubasa kuhera bekeji okubasa kandi kugire ekiba coveringa na mnonga nko kumukumanya embere ekuberoho rukazara woturikirize ni waryaha numuza kunchereza bamanyise ngo ingeni ya kahuzo na family batwashinje mtwari 10 kandi sentezo twazitungire. We thank you so much, thank you kandi owayesimbiroho abwamembo wa parliament omuchara Joan Buganda tiyabasa kubaha konka yasindika amazika ninjangara kikwikaha rukazara want to recognize you honorable Kenyenyozi munyanyitwe yabare nawe yakaha twenda kwebaza mwene munchirize bamanyise ngo speech kurataho ni speech ya mama umugenzi kandi twara kazinda arahari base kugambiraho abakuba nindeba kamera ne mukwata kuronje mnonga urukagire amagara we yabare mnonga mama.
Yesu asimwe abo Uganda abo bwire buno bwakazigizigi butorubere ubutari burungi nimba siminywe n'abanyakwizire kujya kusendekereza umwana wange jeme buhire Balya ninsima chachi ekanise nenya kusabira umwana wange enja kweberira hama nayitwa mu bwiro buno bubi nimba siminywe na mwebale nambere mu rugire hona mukama bampera umugisa kandi mumusabire Sara agenda ahantu harungi mukama mwibembere arore birunge biyakozire arore engonzi zabayira ine n'abantu habwo kubasigira abana bato abana bato asigira omukyara muto nyowe nuwabaira ali dokita wange nuwabaira ali master planner wange akanya hano yantwara mu Amerika yagamba mama ija tugendo humure oyirukire muno nense no tubona bonera konkija tugendo humure yantwara mu Amerika mazire y'emyaka musanju ndahama nawe nuwabaira arorera obwomezi bwange konka hati ansigireho agenzire cyonka burera roho omwanya gwa jime Balya buhire Brenda tinkwendo nage kandi Brenda tinkwendo nyebwe kandi Brenda ninyendo yemere nanye uturagaruka Amerika ninyendo yemere nanye usobole kurwana passport yange Brenda ibindi bena byongereho
akiki ahandikire speech heihe bingi yabisoma yababaza so inja kusoma ninda bamubura bamumbya birahandikire naye bazaba kurube dini abekikaro kino n'abantu nywe no kwija kusabira no kusendekereza Jimmy akiki nagira tukubanza kwa byona ninyenda kusima Ruhanga habwo bwemezi bwa Jimmy kandi nanye ninyenda kusima Ruhanga habwo bwemezi bwange Jimmy akansibura kurungi nanye namusibura naja kuruga Amerika ataine kichweka cyo mubiri kyona ekyali nkimusaza obu yahikire Uganda yanterera esimu yangamba akiki ntahire kurungi yangambira n'ebindi byona ebyalo nakora ha project enebire bwomezi bwa Jimmy. Ebiro bitano kwa kasatu 2022 kikaba kirikiro kya mukaga mukamwana wange Helen ndora nanterera esimu nangamba ngu Jimmy arweire arikubiha kitabu Kampala bwangu nanye nterera muhara wange Bena ninkaguza Bena Jimmy nkokwali yangamba Jimmy aliyo nibamujanjaba beitu neija kuba kurungi. Hanyuma y'ekiro kimu nkarora nibanterera esimu ngu Jimmy yatwaro. Jimmy ono namuferwa muno omu byabeire nanyamba na muno mu bwomezi bwange abeire nanyamba ha bintu by'eirwariro mu kukora appointments kuntabalirira emibazi kumbaliza n'aba doctor orujungu rwa kikiruke. So Jimmy na interpretinga buli kimu. Jimmy abeire ali mpagi yange nimusabira Mukama amuhe ekihumuro ky'obusinge amuhumuze mu businge. Amin. Nyowe nkanyina wa Jimmy
yebare kandi habwa speech ejo enongi kandi engufu twenda kusima munyanyitwe kandi mama yebare kuhandika. Amidst us, ladies and gentlemen, we have Dr. Businje. Twenda kusima Dr. Businje yebare kutwegita also. We have the director Bushenye FM omwami tumusime twenda kukwebaza umuringo mutano urukazara we yebare kuyija kubanitwe kandi venerable noija kunchiriza abo bushoborozi nanyo nahebwa nyemereze ba politicians bona tubanjure konka honorable Nyakato nzibonera ombigambo bugufu obase kugira echo wagamba politicians mwena niza kubashaba ngo mwemerere ahimushitami rero mbase kubanjura nko kumuri rero honorable Dorothy nzibonera agambe mwabare mnonga ahimuri politicians Mugabe Robert akabochi ya personal C5 variaha ne politician ba kansara baryaha umambuganda arahariya cha person wo mu rwariyaha gwa kantozi wodi yabari mnonga abo butenda ukushisha ubwire kandi akire kariyo katufunza niza kushaba ngo honorable Dorothy you come here bakwereza akazindara ko abo kuba ubwire buri no tufunza kandi nkwenda honorable abase nawe kandi ukurema kugamba binji ngebe twagamba ubuntu mutera hasi yabari mnonga honorable yemerera hanuya rero ogambira abantu bawe ubahumuruze ukagira amagara we yebare.
Abebembezi bedini enju yabahure bebembirwemu sabadikoni weitu habwantuntu achidikonare abebembezi abamadina gandi ba pastors ba seki ba sheki abantu mwena abebembezi ba government abari omwanya ogu meya weitu ninga chairperson wa Kabjogera Town Council ba councillors mwena baryaha chairpersons mwena baryaha abantu abargenshonda nenshonda abantu abataka bo mu Rwera abataka abarga Mahyoro sub county buri muntu wena kantware omugishogu ogwo kubasima kandi no kubatangira umwebare munonga kwiza kwatiraho turukushendekereza mugenzi weitu munywani weitu kandi omuntu abire nakunde ntunguka Jimmy nshasha munonga nyowaha myaka yanje bajime bakaba bakuru na mbito kuyanagamba konka Jimmy wakakura ariyo mozari smart na group ye ahiwabiro mureba kandi mbwenu omuntu ariyo mwekambi nshasha kugira ngo nkabanya Kitagwenda nkabagamba barigahigure kye babagambire ngu twaferwa investor katukurebe kiri aha kyona kandi abantu abakozire omurumo gubari kuruga mu Kitagwenda turangu twaferwa munonga government yaferwa nshasha kongo muri ebyo byona ningira ngu ezo no program za mukama twena turiyo mu nsomu turumu konka turumu ntukora ki ntihingura ntugenda nutukore mirimo ya mukama eyo atekanirize ngo tukore munsi konko bwire buhika tugenda so ntushasha konko muri ebyo byona mami wajime n'omukyara wajime n'abaana mwekwase mukama eshahe zitokabuza mukama ninga tokafuna ansa ahabwenche kikibireho konka ruhanga ekikuru no kumusaba akakuhereza obumanzi akakuhereza amani okaguma okamanyo turyo mu nsomu obwire nibuza kuhika nturugamu so ntushasha konko muri ebyo tutwine icyo gukora ndukumarira abatari kumanya abariga enshonda n'enshonda amazina nubanyeta Nyakato Dorose Nzibonera kandi nyowendi woman MP Kitagwenda district ninga ninjwekera abantu ba Kitagwenda parliament ahantebe y'abacyara kandi naninsaba nguriyare eshaheza habwo bwire tindaze okugamba programs ezindi za government ninjire bindi ntuza kubigamba obwire bundi konka hateshaheza turiyo mbusasi konka ninyenda kubamanyisa nguhakire turiyo muntukora amashomero tugarobinjire garmuni geiza muri Kitagwenda ahindu kugambira Kitagwenda nyowe nkarobinga amashomero atanagariyo nigeiza kwombekwa kugakora expansion n'amashomero ga government turiyo ntukuratirira tamaka yitu orugudo rweitu turiyo ntukora basariza abana nyowe haro office yanje abana bazifunire bagenzire bariyo nubashoma so nibingi ebiturumu ntukora kandi ntubashaba ngo mbyona no kugira ngo tukwatanise mutushabire mukama tuhereza amani n'obumanzi nkabebembezi turebeke ngo twakora kandi twashikiriza omurumo ogumwa tukomire ngo tubahereze nk'abanyakitagwenda so nebyo omugenzi mukama amuhereze cyumuro kirungi eki yamutekanirize kandi neimwe mwana mugarukeyo n'obusinge umuhandiki nanisha bampikeho nanye muherezeyo contribution yekeji yemitwaro 20 yo kwirikira keji kandi obunaninyiza neiza no mwami wanje Dr. Eiraka Nzibonera nanisha bangu ohubira abantu mwebari
bari munonga honorable Dorose Nzibonera no mushisha wawe yabaro kwatara haba Kitagwenda kandi harwenzore FM Eiraka radio eyatayimu oyijogiro kuwagiraho gambe program nkabutosho ko turanogamba betu ntwenda kusima ebyo twire nokora. Ladies and gentlemen, mwiza kunchereza umwami Baguma hamwe na nomwami Mutahigwa murkazara mwije kandi mwabana mwija munchereze mbasiho ubutumwa bwo kusasara umwami Musinguzi Apollo yatuhereza okusasara kwe 100,000 sente twazitunga yabari mnonga umwami Apollo bakamya golden nimbashaba umwami Baguma na Mutahigwa mwije hanuya kandi ejo niyo speech yo kweruka kandi tubase okumarira yabari mnonga umwami Baguma naisha kugamba then kandi umugurusi nabasa okuhendera speech ejo bakamya yatuhereza shinje mtware 3 kandi mugerwa ogwo muko witu from United Kingdom yatwashinje mtwaro 15. We thank you kandi we have Kanto staff batumtwari 11 Benson Katema ebitoche binji mnonga na namate. We thank you so much mama ari Muganda ebitoche na katonizi 10 zamizi kazara we yabari bari mnonga mwene nimbashaba ngo mwicereze abagurusi babiri ingwata buta babaso kuhendera speech zitu mwe bari mnonga
abanyamberia muntu we n'umunyamberia reka kunanga reka tubikore abanyamberia ogura umwana weitu n'umunyamberia kandi ari kuzagamba kubazagamba ni chairman w'abanyamberia chairman kuzagamba abanyamberia twemerere turagoma umuntu weitu tumukwemera kale
omugurusi baguma yanayishagamba umukuru yanashaba ngo abanyambere yabonka tubinte twayemerera nabwecho obunda abandi tubasaguma tushitami abweshongo echo yebari mnongo venerable no yayemerera no munyambere yebari mnongo
kale nimumanye nyo nkwate isaha korba no iza kuziyikiraho baguma oyize sahina munana ntibantishinga to kusanga ho baziki twakashikore mirundi mingi mnongo nyendiyo mutakwate isaha nkandi ko mushomesa tukora hata imutebo twine waka frame naza bungereza nagenda Germany nagenda Russia nimanyesa abantu basomire konketa kumanja kurinda bwire tukagaruka twahanura nabebe bembeze bamadini ngo baza kuyiza basango hembazo ibiri zonka icyo tahantu kikurata konka bakwiza abandi bine sente ninga basomire munonga batamwe bindu akwato muzinda aragabero ndizo ndizagabero ndizo icyo tukushenda nkabatagwenda abatagwenda cyera byaho twena ngo mugume musigaye mbazo ibiri ninga isatu tugarukiraho kandi oteruho muzinda ari umuntu ndizo bakutagamba gambe wega ho ni mutumukwata ekintu kya kabiri nizagamba bintu bigufu munonga hariho twatwine engeso y'abanyambere kwiza ngo umutiyaza kugamba beze behingurize sanduche tukazarabiho omukomiti yaitu omukorogo gumaguzeho mukaya abanyambere baba ni batahenzu yabo rundi baba ni bahingira konka batariza kwesingurize sanduche nkaba kafiri eje ninye chairman tukashirabiho omugikoro yo kizestiwe y'abanyambere umwahure no musasedote mweno twatijya kuziyika umunyamberi omutari muhumuzindaro yaza kugira ngo akore ki ayehingurize yesu nashigama naceragera njore ninya ko muzindaro mseyizogo ecyakashatu ekeji eri hamusingegwa omugenzi efa Balyaruha kabanaza rona tata nekemiya kabuguna nibazarone munyanya bo omwe everna ubwo kazara muzeyi kazini washigoto bakabazero babiri basatu kale tata edini kaize yo kubanza mu Uganda na mugezi we kefa Balyaruha nibo babandize kugitangerera no kusoma niza kushigamba mutayebe edini hanerumu kaizi omukomwe edini ere kaizi te mpostori habako hakabaho omugoho kefa yasijero omusinge gwa tata yasijero omukika sheitu abeizi kurutuba kuratire niza kwereke cyekereberaho 1921 tata niwe yatandikira isomero rya Kibubura NAC Primary School kari ka nasare ari headmaster wariyo kandi muzeyi kefa murumina akaba headmaster wo kubanza ntuntu primary school umwaka gwa 1929 ninyenda kushikaka sati inkwate mitaga bo yininga mbere ryo kasere nyowe nyino mugisa gwamani hakuwa swento kefa akansijiro mugisa yansigira ne baruhaye yo busomesa atogirebe ogumo habura abana bayitu kusoma rakanyi some taina aragirebero nyowe nyenka akwa kampo mugisa yansi yubura yagamba kandi ogumo hereze kanisa ekanisa rimushimanya ekisembo she kanisa ekyanje buri kiro kikuru ndasane nebindi tishubura mu kanisa niza kusomya baruheji ngarishiraho Obalabirizi obwe Buganda, Diocese of Uganda, Board of Education NAC, Native Anglican Church, ebaruwa ey'omuyigiriza w'essomero School Masters Certificate. Mulinya mu baluwa eno ab'olukiiko olw'etwale ery'etooro, mulinya ly'olukiiko olwo olw'obubalabirizi, tutegeeza abantu bonna ngu Keefa Balyaluwa outwagalira mu Kristo era gwe tulowooza ngu yaweebwa omwoyo omutukuvu alyoke akolere ddala emirimo eno ng'omuyigiriza. Nate twegayirira abakristaayo bonna okumukwatirwa ekisa n'okumubeera omu mirimo eyaweebwa ogikora. Ffe aba n'abazungu bakamuteeraho emikono olw'olukiiko olw'etwale ery'etooro. Kale yatandika kusomesa, mwahurira? Kale omwaka ogwa 2009 bamutumanya Bihoko kusomesa nk'omusomesa. Omwaka gwa 30 yaza Ntuntu Primary School yatandika isomero bamuhobwa headmaster. Aho niho yasomeseize omugezi mpendwa kyenatungako akabasomeseza Ntuntu. Kale hanyuma omwaka ogwa 31 yagumizamu ali Ntuntu Primary School. 32 ali Ntuntu Primary School. 33 ali Ntuntu Primary School. Aho yarugire munagenda omubwami. Kangaritse oguyogu abe yakora ebintu ebisikefa yakoze. Habukuba Keefa akasiga henzu nungi munonga yeyombekere ku 53 ekabetera maranje yakozire floor kandi enzu ejo akazisigira Jime. Omuzikuru akakorera nawe yamusigire enzu ejo yamusigire n'ekibanza eki. Nabwo ekyo mani kindi munyeza ki. Amina.
Chinana na mwenda katongeza umusanzu rwa FM Eiraka radio auturikirize rukazarawe abwo shonga yo Uganda yagenda kurunja umuterengaro w'umugurusogo kana bw'inshonga y'amateka kandi agashire agakubasa kutubangira okuzo mu program endizo ndakwebaza munonga mugurusi Patrick Baguma hamwe no mugurusi mwana wanje mutahigwa munchirize ninza kurabihe birangwe biyo rukazarawe ninza kubasha wangu mumpurikirize mbarabye birangwe bi cha person LC5 mwami mushemeza Ismail yatoshinje mitwari 10 kandi honorable councillor abwa mahoro esentezo no shoti yamaze kuzandikisa. Thank you so much. We have the deputy mayor Masindi ninza kushaboye mere hubiro habantu. Thank you so much ladies and gentlemen. Sheneshirango nyine birango bibiri kandi shabangu munyichirize mbase kubashomera rero kandi muzindaro bagusantayizinge tuguhereze aba ekanisa venerable unchirize ndabo mbirango ebi nechirango cha family. We have the family meeting ebiro byo kwezi 17 ebyo mwezi ogu 2022 kandi abana bo bakwendwamu wote hulira izina lyawe utakayeretamu ubundi kandi ukatuteganisa. Number 1 we have omwami Mutahigwa Domiano. We have Mr. Baguma Patrick. We have Stephen Balya Tinkamanyire. We have Pius Mutahigwa. We have Mugisha Edward. We have Abara Kamara. We have Dani Ogoba Bagambire Mwebingwa. We have wife Helen. Must be the one of the members. We have Moses. We have Hilary. We have Monique Asimwe. We have Mother Akiki Gweru Gracie. We have Uncle Chiza. We have Nyangoma. We have Sarah. We have Agnes Mubito Patrick. We have Musinguz Apollo. We have Mugume Muganzi. We have Nyandera na both we have also Grace Managers or Manager no yitagwa umurikiko rwo orkazarawe ababitu agamba nubo bakwenda umurikiko atayihurira buze mutahiwe kandi yayihurira abase kubaho umukasheshe kare mnonga ahanyuma ya breakfast. We have that meeting. Thank you so much. We have another announcement here kandi chenchirwa the Assistant Veterinary Officer Kabjugera Town Council nikigera kiti abantu mwena numanyisibwa ku okwaroho okujema embwa hamwe na kapa kandi niteka ebiro byo kwezi 17 byo kwa kashatu 2022 ntuza kutandikana na Kagazi ward asha 2 kandi abakantozi ntwiza kuba turyo sha 8 kandi ebiro byo kwezi 18 ntwiza kuba turi kikondo turi kujema asha 2 rero nkimanyi kimanyisa ngo buri yishishko kwe kinagamba higuru cyona nikitekwa kujema arabate mise kandi atine kakonji na isa kuvananibwa kandi atwarwa mu mbuga z'amateka habwe nsonga yo kwehara uburwire obukurwazi bwa ebikoko ebyo orukazarawe wano ndebe kumanyaho no ija kuhikirira Assistant Veterinary Officer Kabjogera Town Council munchereze kazindara ko kare kabire very well sanitized vulnerable onchereze kwakire kandi store mu cwe kaki kanisa ibari mnonga
mukama wita simwe twashitama munonga kamba shabe twemerere tweshongore cyeshongoro 135 omwiguru hari enseshemire turukwetebekanisa okukuru butumwa bw'ekiro cyerizo omwiguru hari enseshemire yaba unibeba oniyo tatito bushobozi bwona twina amatsikongu kuturizaho ko wawe twina obusinge nubwo turuterana hamwe niwe muntu tweshengereza twaba turyo mu magara g'ensegi otwo obusinge bw'ensegi tari kubasa kugaba utwere n'embaba zawe amatsiko gaitu gona gagume garyo muriwe ryaga magingo ayi mukama ntukurarka ngo ijo gambe nitwe imitima yitu haheire ebiteekateeko birahare konka ntukweshengereza gamba n'ebiteekateeko by'emitima yaitu nikwe twirire hihi n'omusharaba gwawe korija otutwara omukama botawaho twashawuntira omu izina rya Yesu Kristo mukama witu kamba shabe abeine okushitama tushitame. Muzeyi baguma omunyambirya yanyamba munonga yagamba kigambo ky'eshaha mbwenu nyo eshaha nizinteganisa munonga n'okugambira abantu bashitamire baruhire nakyo nikiguma konka nintwara omugisha ogu kusiima Ruhanga kandi n'okubasiima mwena bija kukwatanisa naitwe ahabw'ekiro ky'erizooba korikuza kugamba obwire nk'obu abandi bariyo nibabara distance kugarukayo eyi barikuruga abaruga Kisoro abaruga Kampala mbwenu ogamba osha ngu oriyo nobakyerereza okiba nogamba abantu batandika kushabira ngo kaheza juba bagenda mugama tugirire embabazi nintwara omugisha okubatangirira sister twakwakirireho bari kuba naitwe abebembezi b'amadiini pasita z'abaryaha ba sheki twabakira abahure nyakitu munsasire tingumanya kwakira ntyo omuprotoko nywe byanje nebyo kushoma bibuli ebyo nibyo bindi kwetegereza gye mbwena abebembezi ba government n'abandi abintayakira mugama simwe nabwe mwena mwamwizire mwe bari kwije ebigambo tubigambireho omwazyo ahabwa amagara ga jime n'abantu mwena abeija ababireho omukiro tubeire hamwe aha kandi nekyamazima omwiraguju wena hiyakafa omwiraguju wena kwarukweza omwiraguju tafa aitu nyodinga arebaga omwiraguju afire konko omwiraguju wena agira ki aitu kanyenda kubagambira nabwe omuntu wena naitwa yabatisirwe ndwara naitwa accident konka omuntu wena abiraguju tubafa nambwenu mukama bagirire embabazi ahabwo kuba okufa okwo kurutuka omuringo nkogo nkurete bizubo maka mingi especially gaba gatari mukwikiriza mukama bahwere ekeji ejiro kwikiriza okumanya ngo omuntu wena kwahisi obwira agira ki afa konko kufa ko kurutuka nkoku omuntu yafa nagamba omuntu yafa ine program ze nukurete bizubu nangwa kukira erigenda twakireta bizubu kurabira handi nkurabira no mukwikiriza omudini abantu bija bagamba nimwe ngo mbwenu mureke tushabe batandika kwenka barukushaba batandika bashaba badere ngoma beshongora barwo mukushaba batandika kutetema ureba batetema batandika kuharamba abando ore nubashaba barinka bakutamugiya abakuvuga motoka mbwena hargamu batandika kubona ekisuro muntu owagizire ki wafire bemera ngo hatka tugambe ngungugwe ngo twakirebe kimwisire mwakireba cyahereze kugira ki mukama bagirire embabazi ebigambo ebitwashomerwa omunjiri yaruka ishura ya 21 mwahure ko kuba watungira akaziraro noija kunyambaho omunjiri yaruka ishura ya 21 mushorongo twatandikira ahagwa 25 shomere ebigambo ebyo abine bibuli za runyankore rukiga omurubajo rw'endaganensya kirya bwinji bw'empapura 15 mushorongo gwa 25 otushomere ebigambo ebyo
nihagera hati harya abaho mu manyisho ahizoba no kwezi ahanyonyozi kandi n'ahansi ahamagara garyashasha amahanga garyashasha gashobeirwe ahabwo kuholera kwenyanja n'ebingonzi 26 abantu bahahaze mitima ahabwo bwoba no kutegereza kiri kwenda kwija hansi
webare ngo obwireye Dr. Ruka wahandikire byakabari Dr. umushaho warebere obuhereza ubwo kwereza abantu konka kacyo muno kwereza Ruhanga yahandike bgambebi Dr. Ruka yagira ngo yagamba ibigambo byo kwija kwa mukama witu yagamba habiro byahamberu yagamba ngo haryabaho obumanyiso haryabaho ebintu bingi ngo haryabaho ebimanyiso akwezi n'ahanyonyozi kandi amahanga mengi garyashasha gashoberwe yagamba ngo abantu baryahahaze emitima nk'ebindi kureba omunsomo ije ndwara ya corona izire abantu bahahaze emitima naba bariya bamubirwera nabe mituma yahahara abitura twinemo bwesije nabo kwahara kwagira ki kwijurense abireho kufanya mwingi abantu bagumana bafa munonga ensi yahahara twashoberwa konka ngwebyo biryabaho omubiro bya bwanyuma beitu omuryo gwo kwahara nindebe biryo munsati wareba abantu tubakira abantu obuntu tubwakira mu bantu wareba abantu kuba rukufa buri izoba ukarebe biri kubaho no shot nibyenda questioneriza nebyo abantu aba babenu bahandika wareba ko amahanga garu kurwana aba Russia na Ukraine abajungwa bine senta bino bwenge mazima kwemerero kitana mbe ninkigamba ncura handu kureba abantu kurwamwo buntu abantu kureba ndo murangi abantu kushanga umuntu kwita mugenzi wawe ahabwe papara esente de papara neza konko kareba ngo nayenda ngo omagara ga mugenzi we garugeho ngo nuko atunge papara mbwe nuko kureba oshangwe ibintu byenda kwishyira haza aha kironkeki eki jimo sente wabirazine tibyo papara konka yagarka yagira ki yasigaho mbwe nuwareba ibintu nk'ebi nibaho bisheme kugira eki byatwegesa nozaguruka bigambe byo munsasire bibure chweka bacishoma nundi isho no basa kutahana bwo garuko shomeho konke bindi tubigura cyabwo kubo bwire bwatusiga yagambe bugamba hifaho mushorongo gwa 32 yagira ati buzimazima nimbagambira anti ubusinjo buturwaho ibyo byona bitakabiro igurness biryawaho konke bigambo byanje tebirwaho haleluya igurness biryawaho tumanye ngo owishe mwogu ubwire bwo kwaho bubire buryobo nobwo kukoraje nobwo kushomaje nobwo kujunwaje kandi idwe turya bishemwe turukwanye so kujunwa nobwo kujunwa kabanka bikira Maria konko kufa kugizireki nangwa nobwo gushyikiriza byono kabo muntu murungi nobwo kukora nobwo kwombe kenjo kagituramo emyaka kaba 50 ncuro ngambere kigambo nde bintu nibikurateranye nabyo mwahurro kuya oku ebintu biri kugumana bigendero murayini ishenkuru akombe kenjo nungi mbwe na wagizireki asigire njo nungi hadi ngambere kigambo ntuwagira ituma ukagira to kuyakora birungi ukamugira rituma na yargaho tibikaba byawe abwo kwa byo byinera ine bikugira ki ebiri kuratara nambwe nabyishenkuru norebana hati nawe byagira ki nambwe nimwe abana bajime muhumure ati imwe muza kusigaza kanyina eyi muraze kurugiro mu makaga rayini yanyu nho bigizira ki konka nabwe biryagira ki biryaho ensiniguru biryaho abantu baryaho abarungi nababi baryaho konka kigambo cya mukama tijirigira ki mbwe no bukitaruwaho rebe bigamba mushorongo gwa 34 konka mwerinde emituma yanyu etaremesubwa umururu no businge namaganya gamagaraga abishemwe obutwamanya ngo biryaho imwe barya mwerinde ensi okwaho kwayo mwerinde emituma yanyu etaremesubwa umururu okutaho magaragataho turyo munsi ijwirwe mwo mururu omururu guremisa abantu ngenda kubagambira abishemwe omururu nugutandika omururu gutandikira byo kurya kantandikira byo kurya abantu beino murugwe byo kurya no shanga rufunkaha abeija ngo bizere kushasha niwe bariyo barwanira rayini byo kurya omururu oreba abantu nubasindikana oreba omurugwe byo kurya shango umuntu takaryaga omusheja sibireta yayine nibondo ruhango konkariyo narwanira ki ibyo kurya uyebuza nenki omururu abantu bagizura mu rugwe sente nubakwereza umurimo umwanya gwo gukora no bwesije okaguma ha murumo gwe okusyo buranga rukweta nko kwa HSRIP oyenda ngozi yabure kiro kimwe bakubinga ogaruka bukiye no bwabe butagizireke butarubwo kwijo wawe umururu abantu barwanira ubusente buke oshanga abantu nubarwana arire sente ngweshati nyowe hati nkanye ndiyo mwahure mbona hati nyo musente za government ninzirya ryari konga no shanga no mwahure narwana saba government ngo barire sente wa government nadekwa kurya nkahi government ni wo mo kanisa nodekwa kurya nkahi kanisa konga no shanga abantu no shanga omuntu wo muhinji omuntu wa Kitagwenda
ayemerire ati MP akabaho kurya sente ezawe arire zingahe oshanga no iturwa ituma omurru okireba yayombe kenjo itwa omurru okireba yagura buri omwe ine orayini yehe yarukurabamu kandi yo yokutekwa kugira ki kuryaho turamwe bishemwe reba konka mwerinde hatkanga ruko mumaka omurru guryo mumaka musasire nazagamba abashishanya kitu omurru guryo mumaka Bishop Witton warukira kukigamba nogendo shwero mukazi oshwero wa kabiri nawe toka munogize oza kurondo ndisho omurru buru mukazi wakurabaho orho noreba omurru gw'abakazi oshanga wabure mpare omwana abura kushoma dero washomiso mwana we akagumira mukazi we iwe otandika kumuzinjiro munwa nko kumbe ningamba kandi mawa bashomire no munwa gurugaho gucyama iwe kagiro mu rugwa bakazi abana to kubasa kubareberera mukama bagirire mbabazi omurru maharo no mu rugwa kujunwa bishemu abantu nubarumbira nedini akireba wajunwa akireba obiratine mpare ati Yesu aryoko ayirukangazo mu rumungu mwema hakiza ugira atahurira ngo Alex abire sabadikon atkonka mungu mwema ko atariyo bitinus agaruko mu cyacu of Uganda ncyagara kirwara ngo ko ariyo mushabirizi mbweno ruhanga ronda nahara kushanga hagira ki mu rugwa dini oryaho murru mwerinde emituma yanyu etaremesa ubwo murru abantu bagiziro murru mu nsomo mwerinde emituma yanyu etaremesa ubwo murru reba omuntu ngogu ariyo nakora kasenteke ariyo nawe abishemwe yidwa tugira ngo akozire ayombekire njunungi nyowe nindwara harage mbweno bwire bwa winter ogizire ngo nyomo America ngaza ngo nahabasa nahate ninjware bishweta ndi ntuntu nawe arabiro mu mbere kumire nawe kuza kutunga ibintu mwiyeho mu rugwa bintu bitari byanyu uranga tugirire mbabazi aro deba yayongera kindi kigambo ngo mwerinde mituma yanyu taremesa ubwa omurru obusinzi abantu abishemwe obusinzi butahirire ensi hate bagumana babihindahindura hata arona mbagumana baronda amarwa bakamanya ngo tuba kwenda geta waraji bagumana bageta amazina mu nsasire nyoti nkudubisaba company yona konka obucupa bwona ebeyi n'urukumi mu ncenge bwona kandi bwona nubureta man getshisha bwona nukwokwe oyebuzo abantu omuntu akamanya omuntu kuyabira anywa tonto yashitama nakiteba hanura konka ate banywa bwo bucupa orondo ngunamana getshisha oronda no bushisho murumo bugira ki ebirejo bitandika kutetema omureba omurondo bushisha bugira ki omurru itweka twabe tumanyira umuntu akaba anywa waraji atere kitagurro reba naguruka mana gizireki konko mu rugo marwa abantu banywira marwa banywe mpare zarwaho banywe bibanja banywe bihimba by'abakazi banywe ebitakuri banywe bintu byawaho hatu no murondo umuntu agira ki abishemwe mwerinde ahabwo kubebyo byonane byo kwaho twetebekanizo bunakuburisha manyogu yahumuro mbusingi aro ekindi kubagamba twerinde aro no kuganya yagambe bgambo bishatu kandi ndkwija kurenga waryecho aro abantu kuganya okaganya nambweno kaka ntukushaboreke kuganya ohumure urangana kwe yatebekanise kanshika wahirwa mutabano wawe kakorekire iwe gizuro mugisha watunge birungi byona wademba nenyonye umuntu we waragurwa n'abashaho b'abajungu bakutwara no marwaro g'abajungu nyota atakargaho yafana Kampala akaza ya graduation yanjye iwe ranga kugirire mbabazi yakoreke bye kitinisa ohumure ranga nko yagezire aro abantu abarukwetenga ngwebye ameisho ganyu gatakarebaga ebyamatuganyu gatakahurraga nibyo ranga rkwije kugira ki ohumure ranga yenzire kukoreke kitinisa echo kandi wakishikaho nubwo rugiro tomfeho ranga roho kandi byakuteka tekire noza kubikaho ahabwo kuba naninye alpha na omega kandi byense nutubireba tugaruka tugira ki tubisigaho konga nimbasha be kigambo cyumwe tureke kuganya ukaganya obunaku bwe bushyikire ukaganya n'enju etari yawe ukaganya imodoka etari mu kika cyanyu ukaganya digure etari yawe uhumure ranga yaje ati nimanya bintu kubatebekanisiza ebyo burungi bitari byo bubi mwerinde emitima yanyu etaremesa ubw'amaganya nambwe n'abantu nubaganya hona nangwa atabanza yagamba nanye apana ebyabira ryo kugamba bigambire kandi byona byagira ki Bible ne tugambira ngo kuhumbya kwerisho turyayetwa kandi twena tugira ki tugende nanakigambireho tutaganya hata abantu baza kuganya ngo ayisirwe ki nahura mu bitu ati nyo nagira ngo nkore postmortem nokora postmortem konko umuntu yagizire ki ndera hatu bakikugambira ngo no butwa dero rondoria okomoria owor kuza kutura nawe ogaruko ronde birabanganise nawe mutandika kucenjana ecyargaho mwena mugaruka mugira ki mubisigaho mureke turuge tumure amagara gajime ebiruhanga yamutebekanisize abikozire ikashika yashomiso muhiki kangwe kayatandikire gukora no printing owagira America ogwetfa amanyana bwe obufuzi tubwita konga hito fera iwe tokiri kifera hatu muhumure kandi obworoho bwohurire obw'abana aba baroho obwakozire bintu bishubye bintu byo ogize ngo tubikurinda humura no bwo kuburya nangwa no bwo kubutagarikira America ebyo bintu nibiza kurinda okusya ni wizo boburika tukakushendekereza ningo katushendekereza buryo mu ruburwe obwe ningambira basi n'abahiguru bagira ki abishemwe muhumure iwe no teka ya mubito yanagamba yirwaro nyo tinkumanya kurwanza government ngo amarwaro ga government garukora imwe amarwaro waza hirwaro kashanga mbaze nguteriyo omanye ngo ryizo baranga yayenda ngo mbazo tagira ki utagubona kandi kwa kubaryo kukira norwara nubagutuma kampara ebasi nefero muhanda konkano bagureta nugushango kizireke kongizo baryo kufa dokta no shango mwirwaro ratarumu nubagira batu amashanyarazi nugargaho bakuta oxygen omanye ngo ryizo bator kugira ki abishemwe twiro munsi tumanye ngo turya baguhinguzi nambwe no bunakubwajime bushyikire nangwa tureke kuronde byo kutwanganisa na bagenzi bitu nyo ebyo nkabisigira aba ba politicians barkwemera akagamba kubi mugenzi we tar kubasa atashomere tagize akisinga karuru atsebo mukama wanje ningamba mureke byo tubirgemu mureke twemere ngo ruhanganwe yateka tekire kwiyaho tutebekana sobuzo kandi obuzo turi kuteka bishemwe tinkugamba nangwo bwo mwiguru munsasire nagamba ntyo abereza bedini tinkugamba obuzo bwo mwiguru mureke tutandikira bwo munsi no murebo mushija ariyo nashashurira abana babandi oriya yaza kuba mushaho mbese yaza kwezo bwa doctor dera abana bajimene bafa kubashomisa umuntu kuba doctor natungo mu government natandika kwereza abantu abana bajimene bafa kubi oguyaherirwe school fees ningamba tutandike kusherura obuntu twabatsiryo magara genseje Museveni we yakizire kukigamba ati turonda obukama bwo mwiguru konka tutakaronzire bwo mwiguru turondo bwo munsomo turondo kutwakubasa kutunga obukama obwo munsomo omuntu okyemera waza kugamba ebgambo abantu bakajya ngwe yagamba kwa mazima konka uno shango mukazi nagamba ari nyina Zara tubire tine nshonga abantu omengwe nshonga gizireki unubwe bukama bundu kuronda bishemwe mwe kurwana tukarwana ijo nkaba ninkigamba kurwana mukarwanira itaka noburumwe amabare nujya ngo barsimba amabare ntongane nizazaho undijo naguruka amabare agira ki ahinga dero murwane kibanja cyanje murgo wa RC1 muzo polisi muza district babeta abakama bona bija nembundu umushitama mu byare mugorora busi nokoma haninkoma agusimba nakigutonganisubwa mwena mugusigaho toguraraho mugorora gwawe kobe no gutonganira toguraraho tukamanya ngo no gukunda ningamba manya nkabagambiraho da tokureba nejo kwari kujombeka nkeji ejo yonka norondo mukashonda kita ko banumwe wagita nayo kero kuba yahwire nkeji tokagirara muyona no har kurara munjo akarara nagiye torora ane yawe girare muyona noronda mwakashenje haka nako kamwe tokarara munako noronda shonda emwe otamwe kitanda omukashenje kamwe nakwako kashe aho kitanda hatu bakakore bya mazongo mukaga tokakirara ho cyona naco noronda kashonda kamwa kitanda oyezinjirayo akonko kawe kakumare ohumuro tureje nabatahi bawe ngabasuga cyo humwe musasira ba politics naza kubagambo konka waye simba no muntu yakusinga oshwire nyoko nuwesho ogende nogwe kandi teri imparana ahabwo kuba mwaza kwesimba hamwe buri omwe nabatebere goremwe kandi mwena tumukaba bagoro kipo omucishayi cyumwe omutimwe emwe natekwa kurgaho goro kipo nangwate nkunzire politics za Uganda muntu nategeka imwa bakitagwenda nategekaho ogwargaho nondi ijwazaho rwa bishara birari nduntu yargaho nanyenijaho ese nukweri twemere nko kwegizire ki nishe wajima kargaho na jime yargaho nitwe twena ntuza kurgaho buryo omwe yo washiro bwire bwawe mureke tutebekana so kubajo mu nsomo okubugana tukaramukanisa okureba umwana wananko kamuhera okureba mukananka ryakizubo kamuhera nambwe nimwe barabakwatanise okwera amagaraga mugenzi wetu no buranga simire kugatwara konga twege kwerana obuntu bukazayi bitabafirika kababe batitana ibyo bikarga nkaye ber edin kuyakanyire no bubibwa yongera kanyo mbantu abasinzi nibazombara barwana ncyakare bagarka batanziya na gandi marwa bagumana basheka hamwe itwa bishemwe ngo turyabuga na musharaba ogwankaye owishemwe kwa kuba yakwangira kwanga mu rugo mu rwango mureke tukundane obunakubure dera harona rwango eyindebere ne rugo mu madini ngo nyowe ryo mukaturuki nobwo rabo ryo mukaturuki tor papa iwe kundana no mutahi wawe wakitagwenda ondijo emerra tinyowe ryo musiramu ataba kristayo ayinga iwe tiwe mukuru wo busiramu kundana na mutahi wawe wogizireki uwo twire nawe Yohana najanga utaru har kujati ni nkunda ruhanga hasa ni nyangana na mutahi wawe kor kwemerro jiro takankora kubi akakora kubi Petero kuyaye hakaine Yesu akamwita nora akore kubi na wogireki ogende na ayinga abakristayo kana mutukora kubi konga tukagumisiriza nora akukore kubi na wogireki ruhanga ryatucwero rubanja bishi nimfaki abishemu ningambe kigambo cyo kundana tukakwatanisa twatu ryo magara genseje konke cyo kufa na no kurwara ebyo biryagumaho nangwa no bwo kubota murogire ncuro nkigambire no iwe no bwo kubota jire mbafumu kuraguza omanye ngo bunakubwe buryakagire ki wagizuro busente bwawe nyaburawe butakufera bushangu nozo mbafumu ensi niguru biryawaho konke kigambo cyaranga kiryagumaho ibiro byona kama witagume nimba katushabe mukamarango ekitino sata tito bushoborozi bwona yo agambire norabo mwiri wa Daudi umuzaburejo yacyendo mushorongo gw12 otweje so kubarebero byeyitu twaba turyo magara genseji tubone kugira umutima gwo bwenge ogwo kundana ogwo kwatanisa ogwo korra hamwe niko korijo tweta besugo okaragana sa abejesubwa bawe wabajo tukumurugumana mukundana ndwe barumanya kumurya beji banje otwere ayi mukama tugira dine ya mutuma tubone kore bishemire otwebembera mu cyweke cyo kuzikomberwa mugenzi weyitu konko muri byona ututeka teke ko rugaruko tutwaro mukama bo butawaho twashawandura mu izina rya Yesu Kristo mukama weyitu
Ndukutendereza Yesu oli mwana kwandika Yesu musa gunaziza twebaza Yesu murokozi kama weitu asimwe wabale munonga munywano weitu wishimwe kandi umulisa mukuru ahubwo busaba dikono bwa ntuntu maze magarugo watuhumuruza no buturabe twatusalirwe ntusasa konka watwegesa watugura kandi twahure mitima yetu yahumura yatugambira kurungi ngo hariho kikuza kubaho tukahahaze mitima namwe nikibeyiraho imitima twagihahaza hazogambire nakurya harabazoto wawe hine kindi kikuza kubaho abantu bakahahaza imitima yaba niwe yaba ninye ninga yaba aryo muntu ndizo konka yagira ngo tumure nyamwe abazyo harahabungambire nti nka hati jime yargoma kemerera ngo hagiro ndiza yazayo nka hati yargayo nubwo mukureba umuntu kwa kwirukazwire kanzu ninye nkubasiga konka tugira ngo wishemwe baniwe wagenda habwo kuba wakozere shi mwene mureke munkwase no buturabe ntusasa mazima terashi diko no waitu mungaro achi diko no watukora kurunji mazima webale mureke tere na rahango mungaro yiciriza ngo tubihurre harona batabihurra kandi no buturabe twahurebi twabihurra tukusendeshereza amagara ga jime mburu umuntu ahari yemero murundo gumoga ariko stame tukusibara jime kale kama wita simwe twaza kuhereza yeme twejo yitu abali kukunda mureke tugume twemereire habwo kuba nogira ngo niho ryo mboxomu hazaje mastamira holi we yaba naza kwemerera mwe no bwaryo muhatito tustamire mureke twemerere ekeshongo liganana na 2 obusasi bwona kubulihwa organisto twebembere abeshemwe mutiyambe habwo kusoroze biconco kandi biturasoroze byona ntubereka habwo kongerera aharutaro rwo kurwana habwo amabanza n'ibindi bintu obusasi bwona kubulihwa
Chenda na 2 kumuriramu amara rukundo ye ipurira amaraka n'abatubandizeyo niba weso korera no mwiguru Sayuno mwiguru Sayuno mwiguru Ruhanga hatu Nakundifanya zayo Igana 35 Nokushemererwa Abarushoroza katugarukiraho Ruhanga wanje Abarushoroza barye nyuma katubashabe kugarukiraho abarushoroza katugarukiraho winira rususa Yesu wayangirwe ati yo museti okuba marayika iramuhimisa
Mukamaruhango ubushobozi bubona tatito mwiguru tongera kusima no kwebaza ahabo mwanya murunjo gwatuha okura obujuruzi bwa jime ebyabasize koro mu nsomu ezo nembabazi zawe Mukama tongera kusima ahabwenjire yekitinisa eyiwarabya omuri archdeacon Mukama yano yongera okutworeka kutushemere kuteka hamagara geitu ebindi tukabirgaho Mukamaruhango ubushobozi bwona deba twarundana ebichoncho ebyo kuhereza ekeji Mukama tushabangwa hibyarga nengari zabihereza ozeze kandi vase koro murimo murungi ahabwo kombeka oburungi bw'ekeji kandi Mukama tugume tukore kityo kukwatanisa kandi no gukora hamwe no kukundana ko kwatsigire eco izina ryawe ryongere kuhimbisibwa we Yesu Kristo Mukama wetu
kandi hona harimwe abahayo abeja mukorogo Mukama bakizo mushana gw'ameishoge Mukama barinde abihereza umugisha n'umugisha gwarango bushobozi bwona umugisha gwaranga tateitwe ruhango mwana ruhango moyo rukwera nshogwe gumeni imwe gumo makaganyu gubebe mbere gubarinde gubajune kandi gutarbarwaho okuruga hati no kwisebero byona MC atudirecting nukwe tuze ahakina
Shinana na mwenda katonyeza mushanju rwenzore FM Eiraka radio murembo orwibanda oturikirize nimwe abakutureba Eiraka TV Uganda nimwe abaryaha muri kazarama ninza kushaba koko venerable yagamba abagecicwe keki ramnonga abindu kureba muni wajiro toka radio ni nkureba nko misho base kustukaho rero kandi tubase kurabya homberwa mugenzi witu kandi okuza okumushendekereza orukazarawe twena siturukuisa kuzayo tuzakushaba ngo the core family members I repeat it, the core family members, the clergy and some few choir members noba kuiza kwikaria niza kushanga madama zuye mask ya yero na nabantu abandi nkababiri mywano wanje cya personi wari mnonga kandi yewere kuija na nomushija wawe twabashemerwa mwamara kukurietinga hakahanda munchereze nyebaze kanisa yewere mnongo kutwara kurunje muchweke cyo aba speech the abagezichi bagenzi bitu twenda kwebaza mnonga kandi mubinji mnonga babasa kuija hano ya kuyanja yabantu honorable nzibonera twenda kwebaza mnonga yebare kuba nitwe umwami mugabe Robert wabiro cya personnel C5 abo mwanyogu yebare mnonga mwana wanje cya personnel C3 abo amahoro nakureba hanuya kandi wabiro giso twenda kwebaza twaza gumuzamo tutambura kandi aba Reno Funeral Services ningira ngo kumwakureba umwanya ogwo kuvugiraho umugenzi wito aho tubasa okugenda be followed by the clergy, the choir and the family members, the core family members mwebare mnonga
igana 91 turukuza ahakina mukama nangira ati nyowenda hamwe niwe turukuzakina
venerable yobere mnonga abanyabuzare na mnonga bakoza kuza kuri ya hantana ningashi yakina muza kushaba ngo twatara muri mpora Our family members, clergy, some few choir members, and the funeral services.